I will now ask the Secretary to read the order.
Debate on vote number 34, Trade and Industry Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much. I will now invite the Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry, Honorable Davis, to open the debate.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, honourable members, it's common cause that we meet at a time when our economy is facing enormous challenges. We are all aware of the impact of the global commodity price weaknesses, the domestic challenges related to, among other things, electricity and the ongoing drought. We are also all aware that South Africa is not alone in facing these challenges. China has not met its recent growth target and has experienced substantial stock market turmoil. Brazil, Russia and Canada are all in recession, while Australia experienced growth of 0.6% in the fourth quarter of last year, exactly the same as South Africa. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom had to cut short his holiday in an attempt to find a solution to the UK steel crisis. The UK steel sector, like ours, is battling to remain afloat amidst a global steel glut, and a few weeks ago the Prime Minister called on UK industry to support British steel through, wait for it, buying local. I want to assure honourable members that the South African government has been taking no holiday on this issue and remains seized with working to ensure that we retain an increasingly competitive primary steelmaking capacity in this country. Chairperson, the circumstances we find ourselves in require that we redouble our efforts to radically transform our country's economy. We can no longer afford to be a country that relies on the production and export of primary commodities. We need to continue to work to bring about structural change at two interrelated levels. First, we need to place our productive sectors firmly at the heart of a new growth path that will move us up the value chain. And secondly, we must significantly broaden the base of economic participation. These interrelated commitments are outlined in the NDP and provide the only plausible basis on which to secure higher levels of inclusive economic growth. The 9-point plan spells out the interventions planned by government in this regard, and several of these speak directly to the work of the Department of Trade and Industry. Today I will address just some of these, starting with the implementation of a higher impact industrial policy. In a few weeks' time, we will release the 8th iteration of our Industrial Policy Action Plan, covering the period 2016-17 to 2018-19. Just one of the important transversal policy levers identified in our successive IPAPs is local procurement. Thus far, we have designated more than 16 sectors or products where public entities are required to procure from products produced in this country. These include rail rolling stock, workwear, uniforms, oral solid dosages and furniture. The latest 3 designations came into force on the 21st of October last year and cover conveyance pipes, transformers and steel substructures. I'm happy to report that we are now beginning to see real impact from these commitments to local procurement in a number of industries and sectors. For example, in clothing, textiles, leather and footwear, after having set a local content requirement of 100%, we have seen the reintroduction of products where local production had previously been discontinued. These include technical fabrics, protective footwear, protective fabrics, and chambray fabrics. The value of public procurement of locally produced clothing and textile products recorded by the National Treasury increased from 264 million rand in 2013-14 to 479 million rand in 2015-16, an increase of 82%. This intervention, supported also by our Clothing and Textiles Competitiveness Programme, has contributed to turning the sector around, and we are now applying the lessons learnt in clothing and textiles to the leather and footwear sector, where the initial results are very encouraging, with 4 new factories having opened in the last 6 months: Ariana Footwear, Prism Footwear, Safety Boys and Mystic Eyes, and all of them are now fully operational. A second example of success from designation is bus bodies. This has led to the local manufacture and assembly of more than 700 bus bodies. Busmark 2000 received an order to assemble 700 buses for the city of Cape Town. Mercedes-Benz South Africa was successful in a tender to provide 134 buses for Phase 1B of the Johannesburg Rio Vaya bus rapid transit system. Volvo South Africa won a tender to provide 40 new vehicles to the City of Cape Town for its extended My City bus routes, and MAN is supplying 80 new commuter buses to the Great North Transport, Limpopo's largest public transport operators. There are other examples which I could give as well. The point is that not only are we producing for the local market, but in 2012, we managed to export 1.3 billion rand of South African assembled bus vehicles. By 2014, this had tripled to 3.7 billion rand, and we expect performance in 2015 to improve further. Not long ago, we advised, even in this House, that productive activities such as the manufacture of bus bodies and the clothing and textile industry were not worth saving. We're glad that we ignored that advice. A third example of the steady progress being made is the production of locomotives locally. The 50 billion rand Transnet contract for the building of 1,064 locomotives is a case in point. Locomotives have been built at Transnet's engineering plants in Kuduspoort, Pretoria, and Durban. We have seen IEC Holden assemble the first South African-made AC traction motors, demonstrating rapidly improving local capabilities. Furthermore, China North Rail is working with MTU, a local company, to advance diesel manufacturing locally. A fourth example is the designation of ship and boat building under the Oceans Economy Operation Pakisa. As a result, South African shipyards won a tender of 1.4 billion to build 7 tugboats for Transnet National Ports Authority. This contract has to date created approximately 200 new jobs, with more than 60 apprentice artisans and mine engineers being trained for this program. More than 700 million rand has been earmarked for the supplier development agreement entered into by SAS and Transnet's local suppliers, employees and graduates. In addition, V-Craft was awarded a tender worth 23 million rand to build workboat ferries for the Navy, and Smit Amandla Marine partnered with Damon Shipyards in Cape Town to build 2 new vessels in an overall investment package worth 150 million rand. Chairperson, I visited a number of these factories in the past year and can report that these contracts have created a mood of optimism on the shop floors and in the factories. Industries that appear to have no future and where assets were being run down prior to being sold for scrap have been revitalized, and long-term investments, including in machinery, people and skills, are being made, which augur well for those industries' futures. How much investment? Well, across the DTI's main incentive schemes, the Automotive Investment Scheme, the 12I tax incentive, the Competitive Infrastructure Program, the Film Incentive, MSEP and the ADEP, 57.1 billion rand in private sector investment was leveraged as a result of the DTI having provided incentive support during the last financial year of approximately 10 billion, 4 billion being on-budget expenditure and 6 billion being in the form of the 12I tax allowances. This support is provided to a range of local and domestic companies. 1,770 in the last financial year to be exact. Put differently, the DTI approved support to about 7 new or established firms every single working day in 2015. Significant though these achievements are, the industrial sector in South Africa remains characterized by far too little participation by black industrialists. It is impossible to build an inclusive and stable society when some sectors and industries remain largely untransformed, and where established sectors are perceived as monopolizing access to government resources. This is why our Black Industrialist Program, which we introduced recently, is an important initiative. We are harnessing the resources, both on the supply and demand side, across government and its agencies, to support black industrialists who have the potential to grow, invest, and create jobs. In the coming year, we will focus on supporting qualifying black industrialists through access to funding, the provision of incentives, soft loans, market access opportunities, procurement opportunities, training, capacity building, matchmaking and information sharing, research and innovation assistance to meet quality standards, productivity enhancement support, and economic infrastructure. This support will be provided through a collaboration with development finance institutions, state-owned companies, the CSIR and the South African Bureau of Standards, and other private and public institutions. About 50 applications have already been received and are being considered by the Funding Forum. They cover sectors such as agro-processing, chemicals, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, mineral beneficiating sectors, oil and gas industries, automotives, rail, clothing and textiles, green energy, capital equipment, and ICT. We are grateful for the many messages of support we are receiving from the private sector and increasingly firm offers to collaborate and partner with government to make this Black Industrialist Program a success. Honourable members, another component of the 9-point plan that speaks to the work of the DTI is encouraging private sector investment. There are numerous initiatives being undertaken in this regard. The relative difficulty or cost of doing business can be an important constraint on investment and business confidence. One of the costs of doing business, which business has quite sharply raised with the DTI, has been the time and the number of processes that need to be completed to register a company at the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, CIPC. I'm pleased to be able to report to this House that we have fundamentally re-engineered the way the CIPC operates over the last few years. Whereas it was a common complaint that registering a company could take more than a month for a straightforward company registration, where the name of the company is or not already in use, the process can now be completed in a matter of hours. Furthermore, the CIPC has partnered with all the major banks, and just last week I launched the partnership with Nedbank to provide business registration facilities at their branches. I want to emphasize that it is no longer necessary to travel to the CIPC offices to register a company. Company registration can be done at branches of banks and online through the CIPC's own self-service terminals, which are so far installed in 4 of our provinces, or online directly through the CIPC website. Already in the past year, 300,000 businesses were formally registered at the CIPC. 88% of these went through online channels. Chairperson, working with the private sector, we have identified a range of regulatory processes which, while in many cases necessary to protect our natural resources or our citizens, could be simplified and decision-making could be speeded up. And this has led us to establish a new division within the DTI. The One-Stop Shop, or Invest South Africa, is a specialized unit that offers a suite of services that will fast-track, unblock and reduce red tape in government for all investors. Invest South Africa is supported by an interministerial committee chaired by the President, which will, among other things, provide clarity and certainty on South Africa's policy packages, investment opportunities, incentive schemes, and promote partnership between government and the private sector. At an operational level, the one-stop shop will be staffed by regulatory decision makers from all relevant government departments and agencies. And this will integrate the work of government decision makers across the different regulatory processes. Chairperson, our Special Economic Zones program has been bolstered with the addition of a major new initiative to revitalize local industrial parks. 10 state-owned industrial parks located in underdeveloped former homelands in particular have been identified for revitalization. We cannot simply continue to lament the fact that South Africans are not entrepreneurial enough without investing in the infrastructure which all businesses, but especially township businesses, need to be able to operate effectively. For that reason, we have worked with the Development Bank of Southern Africa to oversee an infrastructure implementation phase, with the first phase involving security infrastructure, upgrading, fencing, sheet lighting, top structures, and critical electricity requirements. We'll be investing 189 million rand in 6 industrial parks in this financial year. 2 of these parks, the Seshego Industrial Park in Limpopo and Botshabelo Industrial Park in the Free State, are near completion, and the first phase of the revitalization program, in the first phase of the program, be launched next month. This initiative is a critical element of our inclusive growth imperative, and we are pleased that other government departments have been partnering with us on this. Honourable members, we have continued to make advances to deepen trade and economic relations with the rest of the world. The state visit of President Xi Jinping, the second in just a few years, has ushered in a new era of Sino-African relations, with China committing $60 billion of investments in Africa. One part of this sizable funding commitment is the announcement to create a $10 billion China-Africa Industrial Cooperation Fund to support investments in value-added sectors. This fund was launched in January 2016. China has also increased its capitalization of the China-Africa Development Fund from $5 billion to $10 billion. Government has concluded the negotiations on poultry, beef, and pork with the United States, the three meats, bringing to a close the chapter of several months of discussions with the United States on the terms required to secure South Africa's position in the African Growth and Opportunity Act for the next 10 years. The first shipment of poultry, frozen chicken legs arrived at the port of Durban and was cleared by the port health authorities. The negotiations with the United States to secure South Africa's involvement in AGOA have been complex and arduous. We would have failed in our duty to protect South African businesses and consumers had we simply agreed, as some suggested, to the demands as originally put, rather than undertaking negotiations on these matters. I am confident that South Africa has negotiated the best possible deal in very difficult circumstances, and that we have secured AGOA access at the lowest possible cost to our agricultural sector. Turning to the region, we have played a prominent role in championing development integration on the African continent. By this I mean we are not only focused on trying to promote exports in a narrow sense, but we are trying to create mutually beneficial partnerships that will secure Africa's long-term development by supporting the development of regional industrial capacity, stimulating infrastructure development, expanding skills development, and creating the conditions for Africa to embark on a growth trajectory based on the beneficiation and higher value addition. The current global downturn and depressed commodity prices have painfully reminded us that Africa must deepen its industrial base. Our regional trade integration efforts have already had an impact. The continent is now the destination for 30% of South Africa's total exports. More importantly, our trade with the continent in value-added products has been growing, while our trade with traditional trading partners has stagnated. It is no exaggeration to say that our manufacturing sector would be in dire straits had government not consciously decided to focus on developing the African market a decade or more ago. As we continue to improve our support to exporters trading with Africa, I'm pleased to announce that the Africa Export Council commenced its operations on the 1st of April this year. This, our first multi-sectoral export council, will ensure that we provide targeted and customized support to manufacturing and service exporters on the continent. Linked to this, we continue to develop our export credit offering so that South African exporters, and especially those operating in the capital goods sectors, are able to compete on a more equal footing with the many global players already operating in this space. The benefit of the relatively weak rand has been undermined by weak global demand. Nevertheless, the DTI has facilitated 5.5 billion rand worth of exports in the 2015-16 financial year through undertaking 31 national pavilion exhibitions, 26 trade missions, and 5 high-level investment and trade initiatives. Associated with these events, 1,138 companies received financial assistance through the Export Marketing and Investment Assistance Scheme. The Integrated National Export Strategy was launched on the 23rd of last month to guide our various export promotion activities with the aim of diversifying markets for value-added South African exports in identified IPAP sectors. Against this backdrop, in the 2016-17 period, the DTI will focus on implementing the export promotion and development action plans that have been identified in the INES. These plans include the operationalization of the National Export Advisory Council, which will be tasked with enhancing coordination issues across government and the private sector in the implementation of the INES in order to improve the issue of competitiveness and removal of unnecessary barriers faced by exporters. Chairperson, I can see that my time is coming short, so I simply want to say that those among us who say that we are no longer an investment destination of choice, that our industries are not making progress, need to look at the facts. The Automotive Manufacturing Association of South Africa, NAAMSA, said, and I quote, "Capital expenditure by the 7 major vehicle producers over the last 5 years amounted to 24 billion rand. Investments of this magnitude confirm the commitment of multinational auto manufacturers to South Africa, end quote. Unilever, in another sector, has invested 4 billion rand in state-of-the-art plants across this country. These new investments also contribute to sustainable development and are energy efficient, water neutral, and reduce the carbon footprint of productive activities in this country. The Hanoi Company of China is undertaking a feasibility study to invest $3.9 billion in technology, metallurgical technology, processing and mining construction and energy in the prospective Messina Special Economic Zones. Chairperson, the work of the DTI is supported by a number of agencies. I want to thank the agencies for the work which they have been doing over the years. I want to thank the Portfolio Committee and the Select Committee for their support. I want to thank the Director General and the members of staff of the DTI for the progress which we've made over the past few years, progress that we can be indeed proud of. I commend this budget vote to the House. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We now call on Honorable Fabs to continue with the debate.
Right. Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable colleagues, members of this House, and also fellow South Africans, especially all our people in the remotest parts of our country. What does trade and industry got to do with you? All our lives, for generations, we have been trading, as we know. But the global economy is still experiencing the aftershocks of the 2008 financial and economic collapse, which South Africa weathered because of our sound fiscal and regulatory policies. However, the sudden free fall of the commodity prices globally had a devastating impact on a commodity export-reliant country. We are now using the nine-point plan of action, a finely honed instrument. The ANC-led government will use this within the goals of the National Development Plan, the Industrial Policy Action Plan, to overcome the challenges of 2016. We are determined as the African National Congress to transform our economy fundamentally and create an inclusive, productive economy. The resilience of our regulatory and technical architecture, plus the shift to a higher value addition in industrial manufacturing and processing and services, has created policy certainty on a solid platform. This has enabled the Department of Trade and Industry, supported by the Cabinet, to steer South Africa through the narrow confines of the limitations of a consumer economy to a high value addition. This is part of the 9-point plan, high value addition, in which decent work, employment, and shared wealth is created. We have reversed the collapse of the clothing and textiles industry and leather. We have taken the automobile and the film industry to fresh heights. Business processing and outsourcing has become another platform for creating jobs. This year alone, the DTI has facilitated the following investments: 54 billion tenders awarded to local manufacturers through the localization program, and they say our policies don't work. Now, Ford invested 2.5 billion in local production, 5 billion in the Northern Cape by Umpqua, Power, Sumitomo Rubber. I can go on and on. Nestle, you're all familiar with chewing and so on. Toyota, 5.7 billion, and Impact. You have all benefited from this. I noticed that there was also Bergeners at the Cape Terminal, Western Cape, benefiting from the Black Industrialist Program. But there we are. The Protection of Investment Act was promulgated by President Zuma in 2015. This act is crucial to strengthen the legislative environment to modernize the South African investment regime, which we learnt in Europe recently is certainly the way to go. Right. And that is in accordance with international best practice. Well, you're a little bit behind. The DTI have created a dedicated vehicle through Invest South Africa. What a refreshing presentation. What a refreshing presentation this morning. And we believe it will encourage investment, simplify the process of investing in South Africa, and cut red tape to a minimal. The DTI continues to play a leading role in trade and investment policy, as well as now providing aftercare facility. You know, the sort of thing you get, you go and buy a brand new car, spend a fortune, and they say goodbye. That's what used to happen when trade and industry was under another regime. Now, we can become more competitive and use our comparative advantages in raw materials when we focus on beneficiating minerals. We can take minerals, agricultural products, and add value to them. There's the regional industrialization. SADC, we are working with further north, Nigeria. This involves consolidating trade and investment links with countries of the north, promoting South-South cooperation while maintaining linkages in trade with the north. SADC has adopted the Regional Industrialization Strategy Roadmap, which re-emphasizes a fully aligned to the developmental integration approach which South Africa has been advocating in bilateral and multilateral engagements. I could go on and on to all the agreements we are working with, but more recently, on the 1st of April, we had the SACU-Mercosur Preferential Trade Agreement, which will provide fresh markets. Then, of course, we had AGOA. Well, we were told, oh, I wish your minister could go and train in negotiating skills. You know, we'll never get this in time. Well, it took the American trade minister, or equivalent, to actually point out to the South Africans, thank you to your minister and your agricultural professionals. Thank you, yes. That is AGOA. The understandings will create opportunities in South African exporters. May I add to those who are not as fortunate that at least 50% of the quota, the benefits will be allocated towards them in a transfer. It shows how much you know. Now, 10. Subsequent to the successful conclusion of the negotiations and the EPAs are well on their way. South African adopted a steady approach to them, retaining its principles, working with its fellow African countries, so that now we have a solid basis for EPA. There's the tripartite free trade agreement negotiations, which we had 2015, and I know the minister referred to SACU. Yes, we are interested in ensuring that that agreement, SACU, and the position there is retained in the best interests of all the members. The business narrative is shifting, and we need to move to have more black people owning and controlling the value chain and the economy. But please, don't be afraid. We're not taking 90%. Black people are not taking 90 or 100. We are sharing a word you have forgotten. You have forgotten that word. We are asking for the ownership and control. That's what we're asking for. Now, the mantra in this budget is jobs, and more jobs. A productive economy characterized by investment, industrialization, underpinned by regulatory frameworks. But just to mention, Honourable Chairperson, some of the key issues we asked the department to take into consideration in our conclusions was the need, and it shouldn't be the department, it is government. There are no silos here. We work together, and the cabinet works together And we want to see the coordination of all government departments and public entities working together on the Industrial Policy Action Plan. We cannot achieve this approaching it in a silo manner. It is very important that everything is integrated. With respect to the steel, well, long before some people appeared in this house, we were dealing with steel and the challenges. And the challenges that and in fact, the very issue today we have sat with earnestly, but we have not adopted a confrontational approach. We work with people, we listen, and as a result, we are moving progressively to a very solid situation. You heard what the Minister had to say about steel and Britain, your favorite friends. Now, coming to the alternative dispute resolution, the courts are costing our people too much money to resolve business disputes. So now we are putting together, the NCC, an alternative dispute resolution mechanism. And we believe it is by talking to each other, not shouting, that we can resolve some of these challenges. Notwithstanding the budget currently constraints, the Companies Tribunal to exercise its mandate does require additional funding. But before we come to the end, let me thank all members and everyone on the committee.
Thank you very much.
For the work. We
The time
wholeheartedly support
has expired.
the DTI 34 budget.
Thank you. We now call on Honorable Hill Lewis.
Honourable Chairperson, the Department of Trade and Industry has got enormous regulatory and policy-making power. This power places it, along with the Treasury, at the apex of economic management in South Africa. Its mandate is simple: increase value-added exports, increase foreign investment, create a policy environment for economic growth and real job creation, and break down the barriers that keep poor, mainly black South Africans locked out of the economy. Now, they've done an incredible effort to try and put a positive spin on it today, but unfortunately the facts just don't sustain the fiction. Let's look at some of the facts, Honourable Minister. 74% decline in foreign direct investment last year alone. Manufacturing production flatlining. Business confidence at 36, the lowest point since 2010. You spoke about re-engineering the CIPC, and yet we've dropped another 4 spots in the World Bank Ease of Doing Business rankings. And listen to this, Minister Davies, we are now a full 41 places lower than the day that you came into office. How's that for a good story? 193 companies went bankrupt just in February 2016. The GDP growth rate less than 0.6%, and on a per capita basis, negative. And 8.2 million unemployed people, growing by 800 people a day. On every single criteria that this department should be measured, this minister and his department is failing. In fact, the only indicator that is in the green is the trade balance, and that's mainly because the rand has never been at these lows after President Zuma dropped the equivalent of a nuclear bomb on our economy in December. The South African economy is less competitive, less attractive to foreign investment, and more people are unemployed. It's easy to focus only on the seemingly endless supply of corruption scandals that this government and President Zuma offer up. But often the link between the two is lost, because the truth is this: the most scandalous thing that this government has done has not been Nkandla or the Guptas, it's been the complete mismanagement of our economy. That is why we always say that corruption is not just an issue of the President's personal conduct. Corruption saps resources and makes poor South Africans even poorer. And the place where poor black South Africans are getting the worst treatment is in this minister's handling of black economic empowerment. The Democratic Alliance will always support truly broad-based empowerment that actually empowers black people and helps to break down the barriers that keep them locked out of the formal economy. But we will always reject crony enrichment and patronage schemes aimed at making a tiny group of well-connected people extraordinarily wealthy, while the majority of black South Africans continue to live in abject poverty. In a series of new regulations and codes issued by this minister, it is quite clear that the ANC government has no intention whatsoever of empowering ordinary black people, and it never had any intention of doing so. BEE under the ANC is becoming increasingly punitive, increasingly narrow, and increasingly manipulates outcomes instead of dealing with the real obstacles that black people face in our economy. It is starting to resemble increasingly Malaysia's narrow 51% indigenization policy, where every entrepreneur must simply hand over 51% or close its doors. That is not value-adding empowerment. Down that road lies only ruin. But like the classic con artist's confidence trick, the minister thought that by simply calling it broad-based empowerment, everyone would think it was actually broad-based. The truth is that the only lives that matter to this government are the luxury lives of a tiny coterie of billionaires that is ever more closely tied to the president and his family. The newly minted black industrialist program lauded by the minister today is the case study of the ANC's con trick of broad-based empowerment. 100 well-connected cronies each get hundreds of millions of rands in public money and soft loans from public companies with no job creation targets attached and no export targets of any sort attached. We don't need to look far to see what this program means in reality. Duduzane Zuma's stake in Optimum Coal and Tegeta Resources is no doubt an example of a successful industrialist under this program. Goldfield has said publicly it was given a list of people that it should empower, including the chairperson of the ANC and the Speaker of this House. The Guptas showed an interest in purchasing ArcelorMittal. They were given protection by this government in doing so, while Highveld Steel was thrown to the wolves. This is not empowerment. This is not empowerment, it's corruption. It's nothing less than corruption. Real empowerment gives black South Africans a stake in the economy, and it removes the impediments to entrepreneurship. It is not supposed to be a stranglehold on economic growth, and it is not supposed to benefit a tiny few at the expense of the poor. One very sad consequence of the ANC's con trick is that it's increasingly difficult to maintain a national consensus around the principle of empowerment. It's tough to make an argument to the business community for a model that is nothing more than legalized corruption. More and more businesses are simply checking out. The one positive consequence is this: everyone is seeing right through the ANC. The con trick is up. They see the ANC funneling millions, the ANC in government funneling millions of government and public money to the ANC in business, so that a few tiny, well-connected ANC elites, usually with the surname Zuma, can get really wealthy. The con trick is up. The actions of this ANC caucus 2 weeks ago in defending President Zuma confirmed it for all to see. President Zuma is the ANC, and the ANC is President Zuma. You are one and the same thing. And the public are rejecting it outright. They're rejecting it. You may have tin ears, I hear you all shouting, but you only need to look at what happened in Port Elizabeth on Saturday. You can't even fill up a stadium. You must know this. You might not be listening, but the public is listening to us, and on the 3rd of August, they're going to toss you out of office.
Honorable Shivambu.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. You will soon have to pardon me because I must go and, as now Deputy President of the Economic Freedom Fighters, the qualitative majority in this Parliament, I will have to go and address a community meeting in Davidton, in Ekurhuleni, where we're soon going to be government after the local government elections. Now, in 1978, China adopted a strategy whose principle was to say agriculture is the foundation and industry is the pillar of the economy. And that strategy heralded one of the most successful industrial expansion programs in the world since the beginning of humanity. China is today the second biggest economy in the world. It supplies virtually everything, all the finished goods and services and products to all corners of the world because of a program, a strategy whose foundation was agricultural expansion and protection. So industry and manufacturing just becomes an offspring of agricultural protection and productivity. That is what should define industrial expansion in South Africa. But to have agricultural expansion, you need land. You need a state that commits to its own manifestos, which says that you must buy locally, you must buy the food locally. The state is the biggest consumer of food in South Africa through the schools feeding schemes, the prisons and hospitals. If you can utilize that instrument, including a clearly defined agricultural support, that then becomes your foundation for agricultural expansion. But now, the budget which you're saying we must adopt here, it's not about expansion of industry. It's primarily about protection of the existing, mostly foreign industries. It's to say that we must spend 67% of the 10 billion, which we are asking for here, that we must spend 67% incentivizing the existing industries, which are largely foreign. So I don't know why you're not called the Ministry and Department of Incentives, because a large part of your work is about that. You're not dedicating much energy to industrial expansion. Now, all countries that have successfully industrialized have invested in their own products and services that they produce locally. So what you have to do, at least you must agree in principle that a minimum of 50% of the budget of trade and industry and all other entities that deals with development finance must be invested in the Made in South Africa brand. That is what you must be looking into, so that you can be able to expand that and utilize the local shelf spaces, use the continental shelf spaces to distribute those basic goods and services. South African shelves today in all the retail stores are populated by made in China, made in America, made in Europe goods and services. And that is where you should start if you want to expand the economy. But also you have got a disjointed form in terms of how we deal with industrial policy. You need to bring everything under one basket. IDC, all these key components that deal with industrial expansion. And then you'll then begin to realize proper expansion. There is no chairperson, there is no benefit yet from the Black Industrialist Program. The Deputy Minister was just telling me now when we're coming here that we have not yet approved even one Black industrialist, despite the fact that you asked for 1 billion rands to be ring-fenced in the budget of last year for Black Industrialist Program. We have not yet been shown a Black industrialist who is a product of this process that you're saying you're engaged in.
Thank you very much.
In that basis, because
Thank
the
you.
conceptual foundation of industrial policy
Honorable
is flawed,
Shivambu.
we do not support the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Esther Hazen.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, the IFP supporters budget but would like to raise a few concerns. Trade and industry in South Africa, Honourable Chair, requires more carrot and less stick. Regulations for regulations are not only counterproductive, but also complicate the trade environment and deter foreign investment, which we so desperately need. The tax benefits for new business operations in respect of companies investing in CES, the special economic zones, can flow mostly over a 10-year period in certain conditions, and it takes companies 10 years to build and become operational, so they derive no benefits. One significant challenge being the recent global oversupply of subsidized steel, which is still crippling our engineering and steel manufacturers in South Africa. Even though the Minister has imposed duties on imported steel, the benefits are still not being passed on to value-added downstream manufacturing industries. Honourable Chair, in respect of the recent renewal of the US African Growth and Opportunity Act, most of our industries are said to benefit. The Minister mentioned the automotive industry. In the poultry market, though, imported chicken landing here at dump prices, but is actually being sold for more than the local products. This means, Honourable Minister Davies, that a poor cash-strapped consumer is being further exploited for the sake of protecting meat importers' huge profit margins. If we look at the gold and reserves in South Africa, all our reserve, 36,000 tons, I think, of reserve, and all our gold, for my personal opinion is that the rating agencies, Moody's and Fitch, Standard & Poor, could never downgrade South Africa to junk status. This would affect their own credibility. We are too much of a commodity country. Consumer spending, one of the driving forces in the economy, is also weak, and with interest rates expected to rise twice this year, 25 basis points, I think, next month, and the same later in the year, it can only grow weaker. During this year's debate, as in many debates of trade and industry in the past, and most probably in many of the debates in future, the issue of the importance of growth and foreign investments appears to be central. The real issue, however, is whether this department has the political will over and above debating this issue. I, for one, believe there is nothing wrong with the legislation we have adopted in this department to promote and protect investment. The issue seems to be implementing it. Corruption has become a way of doing business in this country, and quite simply, we can no longer be tolerate or defend this, because it seems that the burden of enforcing the law has become greater than the administrative capacity and will dedicated to its eradication. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Easternhazen. Honorable Shaik Imam.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, honourable members of this House and members in the gallery. Thank you for the support you have given to the Deputy Minister and the President of the National Freedom Party. We thank you. The Department of Trade and Industry is the custodian of the country's industrial policy and strategic goals and programs required to support the achievement of the country's goals as articulated in the National Development Plan. In particular, it is the mandate of the department to facilitate and put in place programs and policies that will lead to the creation of employment. In doing so, the department has prioritized policies directed at economic growth, economic participation, and social development, focusing on the provision of support for the manufacturing sector, promoting broad-based black economic empowerment, and promoting international trade. To enable the department to achieve its goals and execute its mandate, the National Freedom Party notes an increase in the budget by 829.7 million to 10.3 billion. The division of the department's budget amongst its 8 programs reveals that 3 of these programs are allocated an increased share of the budget, whilst 5 programs are allocated less than in the previous financial year. 2 of these programs are receiving considerably less than in previous years and should give rise to cause for alarm. The program for industrial development has been slashed by 17.11%, and the program for trade export by 18.37%. In our view, these are 2 crucial programs, and it is beyond our comprehension why the department should have made such drastic budget cuts. In particular, the National Freedom Party is concerned about the budget cut in the industrial development program. This, Chairperson, is a core program in the department and is responsible for the design and implementation of policies, strategies, and programs to develop the manufacturing and related sectors of the economy. This is also the program which has the aim of contributing to the creation of decent jobs, to add higher value to manufactured products, and to enhance competitiveness in the domestic and export market. In contrast, the Special Economic Zones and Economic Transformation Program has an increase of 13.24%, and the Incentive Development and Administration Program an increase of 11.43%. The National Freedom Party welcomes the increase in the Special Economic Zones and Transformation Program, which has at its aim to promote inclusive economic development and to industrialize the economy through developing and funding special economic zones. In our opinion, this program is deserving of increased funding, particularly since it is the program which is responsible for the implementation of the broad-based black economic empowerment as provided for by legislation. The substantial increase in the Incentive Development Administration Program signals a shift in the focus of the department and is particularly pleased with the prioritization of the Manufacturing Incentives sub-program, which has been allocated the largest share of the budget at 4.9 million. The National Freedom Party shares the concern of the Portfolio Committee that not enough is done to shift the department's focus to job creation. Minister, Chairperson and Minister, the National Freedom Party, while supports the agreement with AGOA, is concerned that poultry arriving from America will be tested for a maximum of 3 months, which will put the risk of our people in South Africa, because it was very clear from the original negotiation that the poultry that is arriving is substandard, and even the Minister of Health has expressed concerns, but it would appear that we have been pushed and forced to enter into this agreement, and it is a concern for the National Freedom Party. What the National Freedom Party would like to see, that products that is required by the country for service delivery is produced locally. The National Freedom Party supports vote 20.
Thank you. Honorable members, before I call on the Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry, I must just inform the House that there has been a request for the Deputy Minister to leave immediately after his speech, as by virtue of his being the chairperson of Ekurhuleni, where there are arrangements for the mass funeral of the volunteers of the ANC. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, members of the National Assembly, Minister Rob Davies, the Director General of the Department, senior officials of the DTI, and as well as the Council of Trade and Industry institutions that are here, leaders of business, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Honorable Chairperson and the entire Presidium of the National Assembly, I stand here today to discharge my obligation of accountability as a member of the National Executive. I also stand here as a child of the people of Ekurhuleni that have been struck by the grief of a tragic loss of lives of our brothers, sisters, and comrades over the weekend. I wish to use this moment to convey our heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of our comrades who have passed away from the bus accident when they were traveling from the Port Elizabeth to the manifesto launch of the African National Congress over the weekend. Honorable Chairperson, as a Department of Trade and Industry, we account for the progress made on the commitment that we have made in our budget votes, and also state new objective that will pursue in the context of budget allocation for this year moving forward. Since the break of the global downturn almost a decade ago, we have worked hard to limit the effect of the global economic downturn. We have kept our economy alive by employing numerous industrial policy interventions to maintain stability that we have been speaking about. The experience of the global crisis informs our view that we need to pursue radical economic transformation that make us less vulnerable to external investment and volatile markets, while developing programs that will give rise to inclusive growth that we are pursuing as the African National Congress. Job-rich industrial growth builds sustainable industries, community, and societies. If we are to give current generation of young people the hope and better life for them, our commitment for radical economic transformation and industrialization must be unwavering. Inclusive growth must mean that Black people are no longer relegated to being laborers forever. Inclusive growth, it is for real meaning for South African. We must embrace the need to increase participation of Black people into all aspects of business, including shareholding, management, and ownership. One tool of achieving inclusive growth is to provide economic infrastructure such as local industrial park to township entrepreneurs. This is, after all, precisely the kind of economic infrastructure that the DTI provide within industrial development as well as special economic zones. Revitalization of industrial park will unlock industrial capacity and provide institutional support for township entrepreneurs. This reactivation of industrial park is a systematic link to a bigger program of special economic zones that we are rolling out as a Department of Trade and Industry. Its main focus is to break the spatial profile of investment flow that has concentrated in the metropolitan and mostly coastal regions to exclusive of township and rural spaces. Therefore, our continued effort to attract overall investment within the outlines of our industrial objective as articulated in the IPEP and also in minds of growth of industrial activities in township and rural regions in which most black people reside and seek economic opportunities. It is in this context that we will pursue the strengthening of Black Industrialist Program. We have already developed a Black Industrialist Program incentive scheme whose allocation will come to about 6.9 billion rand earmarked for the incentive development and administration budget. The bulk of the capacity of the capital will be generated and administered from other developmental financial institutions. One of the criticisms that have been leveled against our work on Black Industrialist Program has been about the supposedly neglect of small businesses. This is factually incorrect. The Black Industrialist Policy identifies its intended beneficiaries to include in particular entities owned by small businesses, cooperatives, youth, and people with disability, amongst others. We are working with the Department of Small Business Development to establish a strong collaboration, relationship, and linkages between Black Industrialist Program as well as their other programs that deal with business development and support for SMMEs. The objective is to develop the pathways for SMEs to grow, supported by a comprehensive and seamless support measures from the Department of Small Business Development. And as these SMEs graduate to large-scale enterprises, with the support from the DTI under the Black Industrialist Program, we will ensure that we continue to support them. After all, these are all policy efforts of one government, and they must not be read in separation from each other. It is a collective project of the African National Congress-led government to achieve a transformed industrial economy with increased black participation in the space of small and big businesses. Honorable Chairperson, we canvass the position of the democratic state when we must use all its muscles to facilitate and lead transformation. This includes the use of public procurement policy as a strategic tool to boost the development and market competitiveness of emerging black businesses. In this regard, the DTI has signed MOUs with State-Owned Enterprises Forum in January this year. This is an umbrella forum of all the state-owned enterprises, including Transnet, Eskom, SAA, DNL, AMSCO, and Petro SA, amongst others. This MOU with the SOE is designed to leverage state procurement through the Permits of Preferential Procurement Act. It also underscores the targeted procurement for local production and develop a database with long-term procurement opportunities as per the demand management strategies of various SOEs. This approach will assist black industrialists and emerging black businesses in general to access opportunities and market incubation. The Black Industrialist Policy encourages SOE to set targeted procurement for promotion of transformation in the manufacturing sector. Therefore, targeted procurement and set-aside are key instruments that will be used to pursue market transformation. It is for this reason that we engaged the National Treasury and registered 8 challenges with regard to the PPPFA in July 2015, including, amongst others, in the inclusion of the targeted procurement in the regulation. We continue to participate and pursue the National Treasury Committee to ensure that those regulations that enable the support of black industrialists through the targeted procurement and set-aside in the SOEs are pronounced in the Black Industrialist Policy. Honorable Chairperson, industrial development is not limited to heavy industries. It also includes growth industries that cultivate and promote cultural and spiritual development as part of nation building. The South African government has held notion that film industry is critical site of cultural articulation of our historic evolved identities. It also serves as a platform that mirrors conversations about social identities that emerge as we forge a new nation based on value systems of democracy, non-racialism, and non-sexism. Moreover, the film industry has a great potential to, amongst others, key drivers of economic development through the creation of jobs, both direct and indirect, and through skills development. In fulfilling its commitment, the Film and Television Production Incentive was launched by the DTI in June 2004. Since the inception of Film and Television Production Incentive in June 2004 up to March 2015, a total of 583 productions spanning blockbusters, documentaries, television series, and animation were approved with a total qualifying South African production expenditure valued at about 15.2 billion rand, with a total incentive commitment of about 3.3 billion. Of the production assisted, about 336 South Africans production, 86 co-production, 97 foreign direct production, and 15 emerging black filmmakers. We use the infrastructure support program to assist to build the world-class film sound studios, even in cities like Cape Town, to help local producers to attract larger budget production. This has resulted in a noticeable strengthening of film supply value chain, such as the transfer of technology, skills, and knowledge to South African practitioners, which they would have otherwise have to acquire through working with lower budget films. A collaborative funding effort between the DTI and the National Film and Video Foundation led to the realization of the office box topping film Happiness is a four-letter word, which has been named the first genre film in South Africa to gross than 12 million rand in local cinemas. This production was as a result of the co-production by the experienced producers Helena Spring and Jada Ahmed, partnering with the emerging black female filmmaker Bongiwe Selani with an investment close up to about 10 million, and the assistance from the DTI was worth about 4 million rand, creating a total of about 516 job opportunities during the production. Honorable Chairperson, my opinion have been reported about South Africa's apparent decline. Many opinions have.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Your time has expired.
Thank you very much. The DTI support the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Olandelayo ngumhlonishwa PT Mantashe.
The Minister for Trade and Industry, the Deputy Minister, honorable members, the DG of the department, our visitors in the gallery, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. The work of the Department of Trade and Industry is appreciated by those in the ranks of the African National Congress. With the limited resources at its disposal, it has managed to start up initiatives that seek to address the main challenges of our country, which are economic growth and unemployment. Indenza ndibe nelunda kumsebenzi owenziwa leli sebe. Ngokuba umsebenzi walo ungqalana ncakasana nokulungisa impazamo zangaphambili kuba abantu basemaphandleni ngakumbi abebesuka kula maphandle angaphambili babencitshwe la mathuba okuba babe active kwi-economy yeli lizwe. Le department ke inamaphulo amabini endiqhayisa ngawo. Elokuqala zi-industrial parks abazihlaziyayo zithetha ngqo kanye kwabantu basezilokishini nasezilalini kuba uba sikhumbula kakuhle ubutyebi beli lizwe bebukade buhlele kulunxweme leli lizwe kwiindawo ezintathu eRhawutini, eThekwini nalapha eKapa. Ezi industrial parks xa zireviva yile department zizawuba khona apha kwiVulindlela Heights, eMthatha, eMpuma Koloni, eQuindustria phaa kweli laseChris Hani, eMpuma Koloni, iButshabelo, eBloemfontein, eBabelerhe, eHammanskraal, eSeshego, eLimpopo, iSithebe, KwaZulu-Natal. An amount of 189 million has been set aside for this program in this current financial year. This is a welcomed initiative as it ensures that people in the rural areas are not left behind in terms of accessing job opportunities where they live and need not to have to come to urban areas to access jobs and change their economic status. Eyesibini endifuna uthetha ngayo zi-special economic zones abathi zi-SEZs ngokufutshane. Sesinazo esesinazo ngoku kuba ezi abekade kuthiwa zi-IDZs kwakamsinya zawutshintshwa kuthiwe zi-SEZs nazo. Ndifuna abantu boMzantsi Afrika bamamele kakuhle. Sinayo phaya Richards Bay. Sinayo kuha eMpuma Koloni nase East London. Sinayo Dube Trade Port. Zonke ezilamaphulo esendwakhankanyile kuzowuthi ga ngoku sele enze imisebenzi engama-9,000 976 direct jobs and 68,000 indirect jobs. Kwasekuqaleni kwazo eza industrial parks ziza kwenza amathuba emisebenzi kuba kuzawulungiswa phaya infrastructure in particular. The facelift of those old industrial areas ezazikhona kula maphandle aseTranskei naseCiskei ubuthetha ngoDimbaza neeKomani. Imisebenzi izaqala kwakweso sigaba ukuba khona. These SEZs are also expected to create jobs and positive contribution to fight against unemployment. The SEZ programs this financial year has been allocated 108.3 million. The two programs are as a result of the implementation of the Industrial Policy Action Plan and the Special Economic Zones Act number 16 of 2014. Therefore, we are champions in the implementation of our policies, and no one can beat us in our own game. If you think you can, dream on. In the leadership of the ANC-led government, South Africans are in good hands, as issues of unemployment creation are prioritized. So our South Africans, the citizens of this country, in the coming local governments in 2016, they must vote the African National Congress for security. Ukuze sibheke phambili, funeka wakhele kwinto sowunayo. Ngoko ke abantu akwethu ababalapha enxele kwam be-EFF bathi masilahle zonke eza industries bezesinazo kuba zenziwe ngabelungu. Asizuzilahla sakwakhela phezu kwazo. Ewe kwaba balapha enxele kwam banje bezikhanya ilanga. Kubo sisenyeliso ukuthatha ubutyebi ubusezandleni zabantu abamnyama abasisininzi selilizwe. Yiyo le nto bava bevungama xa sithetha ngotshintsho kwi-economy. Sizawuqhuba sizubamamela nobamamela.
Honorable Mantashe. Honorable Mantashe.
The ANC support this budget.
Thank you. Honorable Albert.
Thank you, Chair, Minister, Chairperson Fabs. Minister, we know South Africa finds itself in uncertain international economic waters. We do not have control over many of those factors. This means that we will have to exercise utmost care and wisdom in exerting influence over the local factors over which we do have control. Considering our challenges in fighting the scourge of poverty by pushing back unemployment, we need to ensure that we do the right things in accordance with economic lessons learned from history. Eerstens verdien die departement 'n pleintjie vir die skep van die een-stop besigheidsinisiatief met die oogmerk om beleggings in die land te vergemaklik. Indien hierdie inisiatief effektief uitgevoer geword, sal dit 'n groot rol speel om beleggings veral van die buiteland te vergroot vir Suid-Afrika. There is, however, a prerequisite to the success of the one-stop shop, and that is the creation of policy certainty on property rights. One of the reasons that Mauritius has become so successful is that the Hindu majority, upon Mauritius becoming independent, did not expropriate the minority French landowners' sugar farms, but instead cooperated to ensure favorable sugar exports to Europe. We must likewise strive to find economic models of cooperation in South Africa between different types of property owners and communities whereby value is unlocked, job creation takes place, and inevitably a majority of people become property owners themselves in the end. Daar is egter ook ander aspekte van die departement wat aandag verdien. Eerstens, dit is bekend dat die beleggingsbeskermingswet nie met oop arms deur die internasionale beleggersgemeenskap verwelkom is nie. Die Amerikaanse Handelskamer het dit op rekord geplaas dat 1.35 triljoen rand se beleggings in die balans hang weens die wetgewing. Dit is daarom van groot belang om daardie wet se effek te toets en te monitor en kennis te neem van enige nuwe effekte in die toekoms. Tweedens, verskeie instansies verdien goeie begrotings om hulle werk na behoore te verrig. Hier word veral gekyk na die Nasionale Verbruikerskommissie en die Verbruikerstribunaal wat nie genoeg fondse het nie en te min personeel. Thirdly, We requested the department to continuously monitor the effectiveness or not of the current BBBE regime and its black industrialist program. There exists much skepticism about the ability of the state to properly prescribe to the market who must be winners and losers without unintended consequences that might harm the economy. We have seen in horror one of those consequences in the form of state capture by a certain family. Last year I quoted the ANC's 1994 policy document that said the following on affirmative action. If badly managed, we will simply redistribute resentment, damage the economy, and destroy social peace. We believe that the BBBE has now reached that point. Perhaps, can I have some protection, please? State capture is the ANC not doing its job and protecting corrupt people like the Guptas and incompetent people like you sitting there and shouting at me. That is state capture. But you will find out in this election that you will lose the control over the state that you have at the moment. It will be the beginning of your end.
Honorable Albert, your time is up.
Madam Speaker, I requested your protection. Madam Chair, I requested your protection.
Your time is up. You're supposed to address the House, not individuals.
I cannot address the House
Honorable
when they're
member,
shouting at me.
your time is out.
Madam Chair, I cannot address the House when you are
Honorable
not protecting me. You must do your job.
Honorable Albert, your time is up. Can I call upon Honorable Korenhoff?
Madam Chair, I'm not going to leave.
Honorable Albert, your time is up. You distracted yourself and addressed individuals instead of addressing the House.
Madam Chair,
your time is up.
Madam Chair, I addressed you, and you did not address me back.
Your time is up, Honorable Albert. Honorable Albert, don't waste the time of the House. Your time is up.
Madam Chair, I will take this up with the Speaker of the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Korenhoff.
Madam Chair, in the present difficult economic times, it's always easy to focus only on doom and gloom. But we are not realizing that there are good stories to tell, even in this economy. Honorable Hill Lewis, for a young man who wants to raise a family in this country, you're too negative. Let me focus today on 3 exciting industries. The automotive industry represents almost 34% of our manufacturing industry and represents 7.5% of our total GDP. This is because of the support of the DTI, and it is an example of a successful partnership between the government and the private sector. Only since April 2015, the Automotive Incentive Scheme approved 39 new projects with a total value of 978 million in incentives, with a total investment value of 3.7 billion. New motor sales in South Africa is on a low point, but the automotive industry has used favorable export conditions to turn it around. In 2015, South Africa exported more than 330,000 vehicles, up by 31%. This industry has outworked local conditions and has set an example to other industries. An important but sometimes neglected industry is the wine industry. This industry is not always getting the recognition it should get, and let me tell you more about that industry. This industry represents 3,314 grape producers, 559 processing sellers who contribute almost to 290,000 job opportunities supported by the industry. That is 4.64 jobs for every 1 million rand invested, better than the average, what is only 2.94 when you invest $1 million. 61,004 job opportunities is coming only from the grape producer level. We harvest 1.18 million liters of wine, and we are the 7th largest wine producer in the world. 44% of all South African wine production is exported, and more liters of wine leave the country than consumed here. The industry supports now 52 black economic empowerment projects, and South Africa produces more than 60% of the global fair trade wine production. We produce 4% of the world's wine, and the South African per capita consumption is 7 liters per annum. Not much. Not for, as a wine lover like me, not much. Almost on average, a glass per week, so that's not much. But we have our problems with abuse in some parts of South Africa. However, we should never talk about the wine industry and the liquor industry in the same breath. The annual impact of the South African wine industry is 1.2% of GDP, and the state earns a staggering 5.27 billion in taxes and excise annually, more than the total earnings of all the wine producers combined in South Africa. So it is a valuable partner for the government. Further, wine is our brand ambassadors, promoting South Africa all over the world. It is a friend of the tourism industry. When a tourist visits South Africa, they drink our wine, and they want to relive that moment when they go back and recognize the South African wine in London. They buy it and share the experience. So it is important to distinguish the wine industry and allow them to assist to advertise so that the recognition factor of our wine will remain. Finally, I've got 40 seconds left. Another industry is the film industry. Let me just say that 15.2 billion was invested since the program started in 2004. Our infrastructure compares now to the best in the world. They say, in fact, after Hollywood, South Africa are now the best. So this is a good industry, supported 81,000 jobs last year. The DTI, under the leadership of the Honourable Minister, needs more accolades and less criticism from this side. We shall support it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkongi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members of Parliament. 45 years back, in its strategy and tactics document, as adopted at Morogoro Conference in 1969, our glorious movement, the African National Congress, declared to the world to know that, I quote, "It is inconceivable for any liberation or freedom to have meaning without a return of the wealth and the land to the people as a whole, especially its rightful owners," close quotes. The ANC acknowledged that in the period before 1994 and 2012, the fundamental distribution of wealth and the aggressive growth of job-creating businesses have not met the people's expectations. As a result, at its conference in Mangaung in 2012, the ANC resolved to declare this as a second phase of a transition. This second phase of a transition is underpinned by a radical economic transformation with drastic measures to accelerate growth and intensify the program of economic change. The Industrial Policy Action Plan is structured government response to a radically transform the South African economy with important strategic elements such as inclusive growth, deracialization of the economy, and moving away from the old mineral energy complex. This radical shift means changing the structural architecture of the South African economy to build a strong, integrated, and growing economy in the context of a shared and inclusive economic growth. EPAP has expressed the need for a strategic shift from a consumption-driven sectors of the economy towards labor-absorptive productive sectors to ensure sustainable economic growth and job creation. The core to industrialization in South Africa is massive investment in productive assets, that is machinery and equipment in productive sectors of our economy. However, the industrialization drive of South Africa needs an integrated approach. Hence, at the end of December 2015, Cabinet established an interministerial committee on investment, which will deal, amongst others, overall coordination, alignment, and policy coherence on economic policy and regulatory framework, thereby providing clarity and certainty to both domestic and foreign investors. Scaling up private sector investment, higher impact industrial policy action, support of the Black Industrialist Program, SMEs development, and the township economy. Regional integration and industrialization of the African continent. There is also an urgent need to review all those international trade agreements that continue to hinder the industrial expansion of South Africa and be replaced by trade laws that will foster industrialization, manufacturing, and value addition. Our aim, though, is to decolonize South Africa and Africa. Therefore, radical economic transformation means, in essence, breaking ranks with the past political, economic, and social landscape. It means breaking ranks with the 1910 political and economic architecture that is characterized by a compromise between global capital and the white minority in South Africa, consisting of English and Afrikaners. Therefore, radical economic transformation means the aggressive altering of the balance of power in the commanding heights of the economy, breaking down the backbone of white ownership of the means and the modes of production in our country. Honorable members, South Africa cannot justify, after 22 years of majority rule, the continued ownership of our wealth by white monopoly and white minority in South Africa, whilst the black majority live in poverty, unemployment, and squalor. We cannot continue celebrating mediocrity. We can't celebrate white arrogance and white domination over the economic and social lives of Africans in particular and black people in general. So we are confident that it is only the African National Congress that can change this situation. It is only the ANC that can succeed to take our people to a better life for all. Members, it is our belief that broad-based black economic empowerment, the creation of black industrialists, as well as strengthening our incentive programs, will remain our bedrock and anchor towards our transformation ends. The recent establishment of the Black Economic Empowerment Commission and the advisory panel on black industrialists is a testimony to the seriousness of the ANC government to fast-track economic transformation and integration of black people to the mainstream of the economy. Therefore, we believe this will sustain our agility to meaningfully broaden participation of the marginalized communities into the mainstream of the South African economy. In the final analysis, we must move with speed to break ranks with the structural weaknesses and stubborn challenges facing our economy, especially the continued incorporation of South Africa into the global division of labor as a producer and exporter of primary commodities in the form of raw materials. We must break ranks with the notion that South Africa continues to be an importer of value-added manufactured products and finished goods. We must break ranks with the remnants of both classical and colonialism of a special type. If we don't break ranks with the past, the present South Africa will continue to be trapped under widespread unemployment, deepening income inequalities, and abject poverty. In our journey to break these ranks, the ANC, through the Department of Trade and Industry, is committed in accelerating socio-economic change, and we are succeeding in that journey. In conclusion, we are not apologetic about these policy choices. because they are formidable
Honorable
and
Mkonge.
they are the source of inspiration to our people. We
Honorable
will
Mkonge.
push them forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable McPherson.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I didn't know that the EFF got two speakers in this debate. It was a bit difficult to distinguish the ANC and the EFF from one another. But when the Honourable Mantash says that we can't beat her at her own game, she's right. We can't beat you at corruption, violating the Constitution, failing to hold the President accountable, spending 4 billion rand on a jet and leaving 8.2 million people unemployed. You win, Honourable Mantashe, you win. Chairperson, and let me say I'm surprised to see Minister Davies here today. I honestly didn't think he would make it after the sacking of former Minister Nene in the summer of discontent. And it must be incredibly uneasy for the minister every time the President phones him. And worse, it must be agony going on a trip with the President when you know he can't stand to be 10 feet around you. But when the ANC says that this is a people's budget, they're right. It's a budget focused on those within the employment on the state and not those trying to find employment. And don't take my word for it, honourable members. The department itself details in length how it plans to do less with less. In 2012-2013, 22,000 jobs were supported through incentives. That will nosedive just to 3,600 in the current financial year. In 2013-14, 106,000 jobs were retained with incentives. This will crash to 3,000 in 2017-18. And export revenue from approved projects will collapse from 16 billion rand in 2014-15 to a pathetic 600 million in 2017-18. And the biggest casualty of the budget cuts is the Manufacturing Competitive Enhancement Program, which had a fantastic uptake by businesses wishing to expand and grow and create jobs. However, the minister has done very little, if anything, to keep the program afloat by securing more funding from Treasury. Instead, he heaped praise on himself by claiming that this government is a victim of its own success, despite me warning him last year that we needed to secure another 2.2 billion rand to take us through to 2017-18. And businesses are being forced to stall expansion plans, unable to employ more people because the minister chose to bury his head in the sand. But the worst form of artful dodging by the minister has to be his conduct over the steel crisis facing the industry in South Africa. Since August 2015, he and the Deputy Minister have ducked and dived from taking responsibility for ensuring that local steel producers do not increase their prices in exchange for tariff protection on imported steel. Bizarrely, the Deputy Minister had no idea what was even in the deal. And worse, the Minister denies it is even a deal. Well, if you do something in return for something, and if you have a clause which terminates an agreement for violating it, that, in my opinion, is called a deal, Minister. But instead of sticking to the agreement, AMSA has increased their local prices 3 times this year, and the Minister has done nothing about it. He has sat on his hands and run scared, while AMSA have rode roughshod over him. Not only is he the nowhere man, but he is now a full-on empty suit. But honourable members, when the budget is measured against outcome 4 of the NDP, which is decent employment through inclusive growth, it is only able to achieve a 45% correlation with the NDP. And this is where it falls short, as identified by the Parliamentary Budget Office. Reducing the costs of living for poor households, reducing the costs of doing business, developing programs for an acceptable minimum standard of living, and removing the most pressing constraints on growth to investment and job creation. Worse than this, against Chapter 3 of the NDP, there is not a single action step by the DTI to reduce unemployment to 6% by 2030, increase the proportion of working adults to 61%, or the proportion of working adults in rural areas to 40%, or for GDP to increase to 5.7%. It is all blank, Minister. You, Minister, are failing in the most important and pressing areas of our country. The Parliamentary Budget Office has confirmed that your government only pays lip service to the NDP. No doubt because you're too busy occupied with violating the Constitution and failing to hold the president accountable for any and all scandals. This is the ANC of today, an organization so ravaged by infighting, so shattered by corruption, and so at odds with the Constitution, it has forgotten to do the very basics, and for this, the voters will punish them severely on the 3rd of August. I thank you.
Thank you, the Honorable Minister of Trade and I'm sorry, Honorable Kalako. Sorry. Thought you.
Chairperson, Minister, honorable members, DG and your team, the committee conveys its condolences to the families of those who lost lives in the bus accident traveling back from the ANC manifesto, and also the families of those who lost lives in an earlier accident traveling from Krisani region to the ANC manifesto launch in Port Elizabeth. May their souls rest in peace. Chairperson, as the ANC pledged in its local government manifesto that we shall develop and strengthen local economies, create jobs and promote placements, especially for the youth, through reorientating local economies to becoming effective centers of production, information processing, economic and spatial development, strengthening structures of local economic development. The DTI, through its industrial parks revitalization program and working in partnership with the provincial and local spheres of government, is leading the process of local economic development. As outlined in its programs, the DTI committed implementing the President's 2015 nine-point plan to ignite growth and create jobs. It plays a critical role in facilitating 3 of the 9 priority interventions, which are beneficiation through adding value to mineral resources, a more effective implementation of a higher impact industrial policy action plan, encouraging private sector investment. These national priorities inform the department's spending over the medium term, which are increased investment facilitation, manufacturing incentives, supporting exports, and industrial spatial development. Added to the area of investment facilitation, the department will manage new investment promotion and interdepartmental clearinghouse, a one-stop shop to facilitate investment, which is part of the 9-point plan. This means government agencies involved in any aspect of investment, such as regulation, permits, licensing, infrastructure incentives, are to be brought into a single cohesive structure that coordinates and streamlines processes to provide prompt, efficient, and transparent services to investors. The committee commends the DTI for its consistency in spending patterns of its budget allocation over the past 5 years, where underspending has been within 2% of the allocated budget for each specific year. The committee is happy that during 2015-2016 financial year, the DTI has for the first time achieved record levels of financial performance and have spent almost 100% of its allocated budget of 9.5 billion. The committee congratulates the DTI and Invest South Africa in winning the runner-up for the best investment project facilitated in Southern Africa region and the 3rd prize for investment agency in the Indian Ocean Rim Association countries. This shows confidence by investors to South Africa as an investment destination of choice and government ability to facilitate investments. These developments are a testimony to the ability of our government to create a conducive environment for investments. The President recently announced as my colleagues have alluded, an interministerial committee on investment and the Invest South Africa approach to improve our overall investment climate and to fast track and block and reduce red tape in government. I cannot agree more with the Deputy Minister Masina when he said these investment awards are evident that our investment division, Investment South Africa, can compete, is right there with the best, and is capable of facilitating large-scale projects. Winning 2 investment awards demonstrated that government remains hard at work and will continue to make South Africa an attractive destination. Investment attraction remains a key priority of government. Despite current global conditions, South Africa still receives investment and is regarded as a promising investment destination. This affirms that foreign investors believe in the potential of our economy. The good news is that our economy is turning the corner in investment. Just in a period of 3 months, the country secured more than 10 billion investment. This is because investors know South Africa has a clear incentive program and government is clear about the direction of our economy. Let me just to make those who have fears about the appropriation bill. In South Africa, we have a very sound constitution which protects rights of property, which protects the rights of individuals. We are in a country which is governed by our constitution. So those who fear the appropriation bill, they have fears that are unfounded. We respect the constitution as we have always been. To DA, comrades, you see, the problem with DA is a party which is not in government and is not going to be in government very soon. It's a government which is a party which will be always on the sidelines, will always complain. We want to commend our minister for leading the economy of this country and the department officials for making sure that we attract investment. I think, as our colleague have said, if you look into our budget, most money goes to incentives to private companies. That shows how committed we are as the ANC government in making sure that this country and its economy thrives. Contrary to DA, which all the time are the preachers of doom, and most of their contributions here in this house are meant to drag the country backwards. So we know that DA all the time will always speak for big monopoly capital, which is against transformation. We know DA program and DA policies are against the transformation of this country. So sifuna uthi kubantu bakuthi, especially abantu abamnyama, suba full dizi program nezikipa ezi-blue ze-DA. When it parades you in the streets as if imele imfuno zenu bantu bakuthi, funeka niyazi uba i-DA imele kuqala imfuno zongqwankulu abakhulu abamhlophe. Okwesibini imele imfuno zabelungu abangafuni kuba i-privilege zabo esizitshintshayo nge-policies nangemigaqo seko ka-government uba zisuke kubo. Bamele abantwana babo abafana no-honorable member abafana o-Macpherson no-honorable member o-Hill Lewis izizukulwane ezabe zincinci uba mazihlale ziqhawula kola cinezelo labantu abamnyama. So ke kufuneka sithi xa silapha ezitratweni njengoba sizogayela uvoto niyazi uba sanuvotela abacinezeli abazoqhubeka benicinezela. Siyayixhasa le budget singu-African National Congress. Enkosi.
Before I call Honorable Mukhalapa. Honorable Mukhalapa. Honorable Mukhalapa. Yes, you don't do that. It's in the rules. Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and thanks to the honourable members for contributing to this debate. I think that many, but not all, got the main point. The main point is that we are in incredibly difficult circumstances. No one in the world, I can't think of anybody in the world who's doing well under these circumstances. But ours is not to lament those circumstances. Ours is to do the things that are in our power and do them effectively. And ours is to build on the successes that we have, identify those successes, and see how we can take them further forward. Now, of course, as inevitably, we got quite a lot of lots of sound and fury without many facts. And the Honourable Hill Lewis was talking to us about fact and fiction. Well, let me just tell you one of the fictions that he repeated. The fiction that he repeated was when he said that the DA always supports truly broad-based empowerment. That is a fiction. Last year, in the last term, when Lindiwe Mazibuko was your parliamentary leader, at great fanfare, she stood up and said that for the first time, mark you, for the first time, the DA would support the amendments to the BEE legislation. That's what she said. What happened was, you did then, and then you went into the National Council of Provinces and precisely reversed your position. That's what you did. And so I think that this is the track record. This is the track record. And so it's not a surprise.
Order.
It's not a surprise
Order,
to me.
Honourable Members, order.
It's not a
Honourable
surprise.
Minister, I'm sorry, there's a point of order.
On a question of revisionism, madam.
What are you standing on? Please
On a
take your
question
seat.
of revisionism.
Please take your seat.
Complete fabrication.
Take your seat, Honourable
Will you take a question, ma'am?
Take a seat.
No, I'm not taking a question.
Thanks. Continue,
So it's
Minister.
not a surprise that the Honourable Hill Lewis and Macpherson don't understand the BEE legislation. They don't
Chairperson.
understand the fact that they don't.
Sorry, Honourable Minister. Yes.
Rule 69 allows me, when a member has misinterpreted or willfully misinterprets what I have said, it allows me the opportunity to make a point of explanation. I request the opportunity to do so now.
No, please take your seat, Honourable Member. It's an afterthought. No.
Pardon, ma'am?
No, how has he misrepresented your facts?
Because I've said something about BEE and he's misrepresented what I said.
No, he's referring to Honourable Mazibuko, the former member Mazibuko.
No opportunity?
No opportunity, madam. Minister.
So I'm saying that they don't understand that in the new codes there are sub-minimum scores for things like supplier development. Now, next month, I'm going to go down to the Volkswagen South Africa company, which is going to be launching its Black Supplier Development Program, a direct result of BEE. And don't tell me that that is only benefiting a few cronies. That is benefiting a number of entrepreneurs that are capable of operating in the space of industrial manufacturers. Also, not a jot of an understanding about the definitions or the controls that we put in place around the Black Industrialist Program. So to come out with some statement like you made just now, like you just made, or you made earlier on, that's going to be the criterion for getting onto the Black Industrialist Program, what a load of nonsense. Then let me just, then the Honourable Shivambu, he said that well, first of all, our programs are not reduced to incentives, but he said that 50% of them must be to support locally produced products. Well, let me tell him, 100% of them are. We don't provide any incentives for anybody to import in this country. We provide incentives for local production. Yes, some of that is by foreign multinationals who come in, foreign investors who come in, but they only get these incentives for that reason. The Honourable Shivambu said, well, where are the black industrialists? Where he doesn't know any black entrepreneur that's benefited. The fact of the matter is that is why we've got the Black Industrialist Program. We don't have enough. But let me just say to him that we do have some, and they need to be celebrated. So let me make reference to Mr. Jonas Guta. Mr. Jonas Gutu, who's a KwaZulu-Natal-born engineer. He was supported to the tune of 75 million rand by our programs, and he is building the first hypodermic disposable syringe factory in this country, in Kuche in the Eastern Cape, and that plant will create 300 jobs. It can be done, it is being done. That is the way we're going to be moving. Then let me just say, one of the other fictions that came out was the Honourable Macpherson, who said that the DA wants to support working adults in rural areas. You know, I was told that when the presentation of the Industrial Parks Program took place in the Portfolio Committee, the Honourable Macpherson called it us supporting dinosaurs. I think that quotation...
Sorry, Minister. Yes, Honourable Macpherson.
Chairperson,
Yes.
can I please assist you?
Assist me?
Yes, I need to assist you to assist the minister.
No.
Because he needs to turn up the hearing aid a little bit.
Please sit down. Take your seat.
Because in my speech, that is not what I said. I referred to what the NDP said and
Honourable
what the
Macpherson.
department and the minister has failed to do.
I want to
Please take your
suggest,
seat.
that the Honourable Macpherson's remarks about the industrial parks must be emblazoned and stuck up somewhere prominent in places like Mthatha, in places like Seshego, where we've been supporting industrial parks to give local entrepreneurs an opportunity to become productive, because they need to understand that the Honourable Macpherson and his party do not support those efforts. They couldn't care about people in rural areas. They support industrial development. I don't have time. I'm happy to come to the Portfolio Committee and talk about the steel industry and the challenges there. I want to thank everyone for their contributions, and I'm assure him that the DTI will continue to work in the best interests of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Members are reminded that the debate on public works will take place at 16:40 in the National Assembly chamber, and the debate on the Statistics South Africa budget vote will take place at the Old Assembly chamber. This then concludes the debate and business of this extended public committee. The committee will now rise.
leli ithuba lokuthandaza noma ukuzidla. Siyathokoza, singahlala phansi. I will now ask the secretary to read the order.
Debate on vote number 11, Public Works Appropriation Bill.
I will now invite the Honorable Minister of Public Works, Honorable Nesi, to open the debate.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson, the members of the Cabinet, the MECs, the Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, and Honorable members of Parliament. Let me also recognize in the gallery the chairpersons and the CEOs of the public entities and the professional councils, the DG and senior management of the Department of Public Works, as well as the HODs of the provincial departments, the members of the Audit Committee, the representatives of labor, disability, and women's organizations, the representatives of the property and construction sector, the academics from the institutions of higher learning, the beneficiaries of the DPW's support or school support bursary and training programs, the participants from the EPWP programs, and our special guest today, we have the President of the Moravian Church in South Africa, Reverend Abrams and Mrs. Abrams, Bishop and Mrs. Ndabambe, Bishop Mkubusi. Of course, the members of my family, particularly my wife and my son, the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The department's budget allocation over the medium term, it's 21.4 billion, and of this total amount, 18.3 billion is earmarked as transferred and subsidies. 6.4 billion goes to EPWP incentives for the creation of the job opportunities. 11.4 billion goes to the funding of the operations of the property management trade entity. The balance of the budget will fund the operational priorities of the Department of Public Works. This budget vote, this debate takes place against the backdrop of the low growth and constraints on the government spending. SONA and the Finance Minister budget speech make very clear demands on government departments to contain costs, cut waste, combat fraud and corruption, and renegotiate leases to ensure value for money. And I want to assure this House that as Public Works and the Property Management Trade Entity, we are taking action on all these fronts. By strengthening our legal unit, we have reduced the high rate of default judgments against the department with consequent savings to the state. Moreover, civil claims against the department to the value of around 300 million were successfully defended. Human resource plans are being reviewed to contain administrative costs whilst focusing available resources on acquiring professional and technical skills. To drive this effort, we have strengthened the professional services functions of the department. In 2015-16, 1,291 beneficiaries participated in Public Works bursary and training programs, with a projected 1,067 beneficiaries targeted for 2016-17. I should mention that we have completed the insourcing of the security function in the headquarters, creating 79 decent jobs with plan to now roll this out to the regions. This is my fifth budget policy vote presentation as Minister of Public Works. Many of you will remember that when I announced the turnaround strategy in 2012, I said that it would be based on two pillars: a zero tolerance of fraud and corruption, and improving the way we did business. To this effect, we've closely or we have worked closely with the National Treasury to develop a 7-year plan to rebuild public works. 4 years on, I'm here today to say we've delivered on both fronts. In relation to the improved audit outcomes, the department has embedded the gains made during the stabilization phase of turnaround. The main vote maintained its unqualified opinion or audit opinion in 2014-15. The property management trade entity, on the other hand, maintained its qualified audit opinion, but with only 2 areas of qualification, down from 7 in the previous years. In preparing for the current audit, we are actively addressing all outstanding matters. The positive audit outcome reflects improvements in the department's operations, particularly in the lease management and procurement. I need to add that efforts to reform the procurement processes were further spurred. They were spurred on by the department commitment in 2014 to implement the remedial findings of the Public Protector's report in the security upgrade at the residence of the President. And distinguished guests and compatriots, in relation to the first pillar of the turnaround, which is zero tolerance of corruption, one of my priorities has been to fully operationalize the government risk and compliance branch, which we call it the GRC, to lead the fight against fraud and corruption, to strengthen the governance and compliance. When we conceptualized this branch back in 2012, we engaged with the officials of SARS. They advised us along these lines that whilst it was necessary to investigate and prosecute wrongdoers, it was even more important to put in place strong governance structures and controls to deny opportunity for corruption in the first place. With the focus on government practices, I'm pleased to announce that over the past years, the department has improved its impact assessment results. Impact is the management or the government's management performance assessment tool, which provides a barometer for improvements in the government practices. The anti-corruption unit within the GRC branch has investigated a total of 340 allegations reported for the period 29 to 10. To date, 59 were reported in the current year, of which 235 have been completed, 57 referred to SAPS, SIU, and other entities for further investigations, and 52 are in progress. These investigations resulted in 176 disciplinary recommendations, of which 49 proceeded in the past year. During the year under review, the department initiated 7 disciplinary actions specifically for the charges of serious fraud and corruption. 4 of these have been finalized and resulted in 3 dismissal and 1 resignation. Completed investigations have also resulted in 6 civil proceedings for the recovery of approximately 322 million. Investigations are also underway into conflict of interest in 122 matters where departmental officials are suspected of having had interest in companies doing business with the department and possibly participated in related procurement processes. Honorable Chairperson, we have successfully relaunched Operation Bring Back to identify and investigate and recover state properties that have been unlawfully occupied or disposed of, and very interesting, on the eve of 1994, by those who were working with the apartheid regime.
Honorable Minister,
they know themselves.
Just for a while, take your seat. I want to welcome our guests in the gallery, but I need to inform our guests that being welcomed, you are barred from participating in the processes of this house. That is either by clapping or taking of photos. So yours is just an observer status. Thank you very much. Continue, Honorable Minister.
Ndiyabulela Sihlalo. Working with the provincial departments, a total of 9,719 properties have been red flagged and for possible irregularities, mainly from anomalies identified through our asset register rebuild program and whistleblower reports. In that respect, let me flag the importance of the Public Service Commission's anti-corruption hotline. Computer-based interrogation of the deeds records will identify further anomalies for investigation. As part of our data analytics exercise, we have linked the parcel data with the deeds data and have identified just over 300 employees of the state that have been red flagged for possible investigation. More than 1,300 properties owned by the National Department of Public Works have been detected as irregular occupied through our physical verification exercise. This will be either reclaimed or occupancies regularized by means of the lease or other agreements with occupants. Our colleagues in the provinces have also identified various high-value properties that are illegally occupied, including the Rodeplat Dam in Gauteng, on the banks of the Kai River and on the banks of the Kai River in the Eastern Cape. And guess who is in those areas? Investigations completed by the GRC Anti-Corruption Unit have uncovered 15 properties that were irregularly alienated from the department. These properties are being recovered through the relevant legal processes, and a further 35 similar allegations are under investigation in the provinces. Honorable members, I believe that combating fraud and corruption and strengthening the financial management system and governance structures is an essential precondition for us to make progress in the second pillar of our turnaround, which is improving the way we do business. At the heart of the operationalization of the property management trade entity responsible for the core business of the department, the provision is the provisioning of accommodation to government and the management of the state property. That's what is at the heart of our property management. The vision for the PMTE is to ring-fence, better manage, maintain, and optimally utilize the massive state property portfolio to build value, generate income, and bring savings to the state, as well as other socio-economic benefits, particularly the job creation and empowerment, whilst improving the service to the clients. During the 2016-17 financial year, the PMTE will develop a finance model and conceptualize income-generating initiatives on the back of the massive property portfolio under its custodianship, with consequent savings to the state. In pursuit of the empowerment objectives, the PMT has embraced the State Property Directive to target 30% of appropriate categories for SMMEs and cooperatives. Ngoba kudala abanye bedla izambane likapondo bekhulunyelwa abanye bengabakhulumeli laba abancane. In 2015-16, the value of the construction contracts to SMEs amounted to 478 million. That's very little. And I'm pleased to announce that the PMT will present a comprehensive and a reliable GRAP-compliant immovable asset register for 2015-16, which comprises some 586 immovable assets on the 31,310 land parcels. Fair value has now been assigned to the assets, resulting in an increase in the disclosed value from 3.5 billion in 2012-13 to an expected value in the region of 100 billion for 2015-16. That's more appropriately reflecting the value of the state's immovable assets on the national balance sheet. The register provides the essential database to underpin all the programs of the PMTE. During the 2015-16, the PMT commenced with the project to understand fully the contents of this massive property portfolio to unlock its value and the development potential. Key to this is the development of a strategy to utilize vacant properties which amount to 13,043 land parcels and 1,929 buildings. Options include the identification of properties that could benefit government programs, such as the need for student accommodation, and I believe tomorrow Minister Nzimande will say more about our collaboration in this particular area. During the 15-16, 36,494 hectares were released for human settlement, land reform, and other socio-economic objectives. The PMTE will provide opportunities for letting some of the vacant properties to the public and private sector, in particular, availing properties, and I want to emphasize, to emerging black and female entrepreneurs. This initiative will build on the 100 properties identified in 2015 for allocation to the triple BEP property developers. Where properties are identified as having no utilization potential, a disposal option will need to be considered. Yabona ndiyaniva, niyimamele kakuhle ngoku. These initiatives are supported by the PMT's recently established research unit that focuses on the market research for the purposes of informing the department its property decision-making processes. Initial research by the unit indicates that government is paying considerable above the market rate for leases in Tshwane Metro. These findings point to savings simply by insisting on the market rate and support our negotiations with the landlord. The department seeks an appropriate balance between the state-owned portfolio and reliance on leased-in accommodation. The acquisition of Telkom Towers office precinct in Pretoria CBD as permanent accommodation for the headquarters of the South African Police Services will result in a long-term savings to the state of 1.3 billion rand over 10 years. The acquisition of the parliamentary towers across the road from Parliament here, which accommodate our DGs, will also reduce the state financial exposure to leasing. A huge challenge that we are still faced with, however, is that numerous state properties are vacant and neglected, leaving them susceptible to theft, vandalism, and illegal occupation. To address this as part of our facilities management function, we are developing a high-level maintenance strategy which includes the appointment and training of apprentices, artisans, and professionals to build capacity to implement the maintenance strategy. This approach will reduce the incidence and cost of unplanned maintenance and preserve the longevity and the condition of the departmental immovable assets. In 2015-16, the PMTE was for the first time able to obtain all what we call the 42 user AMPs, the user asset management plans from the user department. This represents a significant milestone in terms of compliance with GIAMA. GIAMA is the Government Immovable Asset Management Act, as well as implementing the infrastructure delivery management system. And by more accurately matching needs to available accommodation, the purpose is to save cost and ensure that accommodation is fit for purpose. That's assisting line departments to enhance their service delivery. So the PMTI has identified 11 turnaround projects to run over the next 3 years. Highlights include the first project is improving water management services at state-owned facilities. The department is currently maintaining and refurbishing 50 water treatment and wastewater treatment plants. These involve recruiting and training of 102 water professionals in 2015-16. The number will increase to 180 in the present year, with the additional 110 young people to be trained in various professional and technical capacities. This other project is the Small Towns Precinct. This is very important. Ngoba i-services bezaziwe emadrobhini lapho kuhlala khona abamhlophe kuphela. Manje sifuna ukwakha indawo zokunikeza wonke ama-services ebantwini bakithi kulamadolobha amancane emakhaya. This is very important. Abanye ke abangayazi le ndawo yasemakhaya, abangabazi abantu basemakhaya, abayazi le abayithandi. So the creation of a focused planning precinct development unit seeks to address the racial spatial imbalances, as well as to integrate government infrastructure planning to create efficiencies, balance the lease portfolio, save costs, and make services more accessible to our people in the small towns and in the rural areas. The unit is currently active in Pulukwane, in Bombela, as well as smaller town developments in Mandeni, Mount Fletcher, Secunda, Howick, and is targeting 24 integrated precincts for development by 2020. The other project, systems development to manage payment of the property rates and municipality services. This also assists struggling municipalities from whom these payments provide a critical revenue system. The other project is energy and water efficiency monitoring and verification. Some 5,500 green jobs are targeted in 2016-17 as part of the EPWP program in the area. The other one is the development of integrated enterprise resource planning system and the ICT master plan to support the line function operations and manage these transactions. This will also support the government's commitment to pay service providers within 30 days. The rollout of the automated invoice tracking and payment system during 2016, we believe, will address the delays. Another project is the small harbors development to upgrade proclaimed harbors in the Western Cape, as not for Western Cape government, but for the people, all the people of Western Cape, including the small communities which were denied in terms of ubabake nabo kulento, as well as to develop unproclaimed harbors in KZN, Northern Cape and Eastern Cape as part of the Operation Pakistan Oceans economy. This will create jobs in maintenance, fishing, aquaculture and tourism. The other project is construction turnaround. Despite the improvements, the PMT spent 88% of the capital budgets, largely due to insufficient professional capacity and outdated infrastructure delivery models. And I can assure this House, Madam Chairperson, that these shortcomings are being comprehensively addressed. In closing, the department has embarked upon a major policy review to produce the new white paper on the engagement with the stakeholders.
Your time has expired.
Ndiyabulela, Star.
We now call on Honorable Martins to continue with the debate.
Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister of Public Works, Honorable Members of Parliament, Honorable MECs, the Director General and senior officials of the Department of Public Works, esteemed guests. More than 20 years into the new dispensation after the fall of the apartheid regime, there are still too many South Africans living in poverty, largely because far too few have jobs. This has serious implications for South Africa as considerable democratic achievements are being put at risk by political, social, economic consequences of low growth, unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Job creation thus remains South Africa's single biggest economic priority and challenge. In executing its mandate, the Department of Public Works has to meet 5 strategic outcome-oriented goals that define its direct service delivery responsibilities. These strategic goals, as set out in the strategic plan, are decent employment through inclusive economic growth, 2, strategic leadership and regulation of the construction and property sectors to promote economic empowerment and skills development, 3, good corporate governance to support effective and efficient service delivery, 4, efficient, competitive and responsive accommodation infrastructure network, and 5, to contribute towards comprehensive rural development. The Portfolio Committee on Public Works has oversight responsibility over the department and its entities that report to the Minister of Public Works. These are namely Agrima South Africa, the Construction Industry Development Board, the Council for Built Environment, the Independent Development Trust. The Portfolio Committee, in carrying out its mandate, had public hearings at which the Department of Public Works, its entities, made presentations on their strategic plans, annual performance plans, budget for the 2016 financial year. The Portfolio Committee exercises oversight over whether and how the policy priorities that are articulated in the National Development Plan, the Medium-Term Strategic Framework, the 2016 State of the Nation Address, and Cabinet Lekgotla are implemented. The Portfolio Committee also appraises the Minister's programmatic implementation of policies that the Director General, the Department of Public Works, and its entities are responsible for. An important aspect of the annual performance plan are the key performance areas and indicators that enable the tracking of whether, when, and how the programs give effect to public works policies during the financial year. The budgetary allocations to each of the programs makes it possible for the Director General and Deputy Director Generals to assign personnel with the requisite capacities and tools to execute the imperatives as described in the strategic plan and annual performance plan. The department's budget allocation over the medium term, as the Minister stated, is 21.4 billion rand. The department's objectives, amongst others, are to, 1, formulate policy for the public works sector, coordinate, regulate, and provide oversight of public works sector in terms of accommodation, housing, land, and infrastructure needs of national departments. 3, lead and direct implementation of the expanded public works program. 4, facilitate growth, job creation, and transformation in the construction and property industries. The Department of Public Works policy priorities for 2016-17 are, amongst others, delivering jobs, stimulating growth through an infrastructure development program, gazetting the public works bills for public comment, signing 12 cooperation and protocol agreements for joint service delivery with provinces and municipalities. The Department of Public Works received a budget allocation of 6.5 billion for the 2016-17 financial year, with which to accomplish its priorities. Honorable House Chairperson, in appraising the performance of the department, the Portfolio Committee noted the following: the positive outcomes of the department's turnaround strategy of stabilization, efficiency enhancement, and sustainable growth, which continues to yield positive results. During the current stabilization phase, the department achieved a number of deliverables, including an augmented management structure, the review of the organizational structure to suit the mandate of the department, the development of the macro serve delivery model, and the tightening of financial and internal controls. The department maintained its unqualified audit opinion in 2014-15 financial year. The main account has maintained its unqualified status with a decline in matters of non-compliance reported. The property management trading entity assumed the role of the implementer of the property management functions of the department. The property management trading entity received a qualified audit opinion for the 2014-15 financial year. But whereas it had 7 qualifications in the 2013-14 financial year, the number of qualifications decreased to 2 in 2014-2015. The property management trading entity is now responsible for approximately 75% of the work and budget of the department. The Portfolio Committee noted the improved audit outcomes, which reflect improvements in the department's operations. The department has further established an immovable assets register, which lists the state's properties under its custodianship. Buildings are being physically verified and fair values assigned on a continuing basis. A reliable asset register will enhance the department's ability to leverage its portfolio for socio-economic development and black economic empowerment, as well as that of small businesses and for job creation. It will also generate revenue to maintain state assets. The Portfolio Committee noted with concern the disclaimer of opinion expressed by the Office of the Auditor General on the 2014-15 financial year statements of the Independent Development Trust. The IDT has the potential to become a premier social infrastructure delivery vehicle at provincial and local government level. Its management and board have to ensure its financial sustainability and prudent financial management in order to deal effectively with the Office of the Auditor General's findings. The Portfolio Committee also noted the governance challenges in the Council for the Built Environment. These are unacceptable and need to be addressed and resolved as a matter of urgency. Furthermore, the challenge remains to strengthen the department's partnership with the Construction Industry Board and the Council for Built Environment and charter councils to ensure that the ownership, control, and composition of the built environment sector and the allied professions change radically to better reflect the demographics of South Africa. The Portfolio Committee urges the Minister to speed up the review of the white papers and the conclusion of the draft Public Works Bill so that these can be submitted to Parliament. The Ministry and the Department are also reminded that the President, in the 2015 State of the Nation address, directed the Department to meet the following priorities: energy saving and greening of public buildings, contribution to Operation Pakisa through the development of small harbors and the establishment of a small harbor unit under the Property Management Trading Entity. Going forward, the Portfolio Committee will pay close attention and scrutiny to the third phase of the turnaround strategy as it constitutes the sustainability and growth elements of the department to refresh its mandate by undertaking a policy review focusing on its sustainability and growth. Honorable House Chairperson, in conclusion, the Portfolio Committee is confident that working in a critical but constructive partnership with the Ministry and the Department, the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and equality will be mitigated. The ANC supports the Department's budget vote. I thank you.
Ra leboga. Sebui se se latelang e tla ba motlhomphegi Mme Kopane.
Honorable Chairperson, allow me to use the words of wisdom by Justice Louis Brandeis from the US Supreme Court of Justice when he said, I quote, "Our government is an omnipresent teacher for good or for ill. It teaches by example. If the government becomes the lawbreaker, it breeds contempt for law. It invites every man to become a law unto himself," close quote. Honorable Chairperson, the Department and the Minister of Public Works has failed us on two very serious issues, that of Nkandla and that of the Council of the Built Environment. Firstly, in preparing for this budget vote, I couldn't help but have more questions than answers after the Constitutional Court judgment with regard to the Nkandla saga. The judgment revealed that the integrity of Parliament and the Department of Public Works is compromised. And this judgment also implicates you negatively, Minister. The reason why I'm raising this issue is because the Department of Public Works is the custodian of South African public assets. And we as Parliament have the obligation to exercise the strict budget scrutiny and oversight role over the executive and the state entities. This is done to ensure that both constitutional and the statutory obligations are implemented and are complied with. Honorable Minister, you have a duty to to ensure that the state resources are used only for the advancement of the South African citizen, especially the poor. According to the Code of Ethics prescribed by the national legislation, it clearly states that members of the cabinet and deputy ministers may not use their position or the information entrusted to them to enrich themselves or to improperly benefit other persons. According to the public protector and the Constitutional Court of South Africa, there are serious allegations of maladministration, irregular procurement processes, wasteful expenditure against your office and the department with regard to Nkandla issue. And all this thing happened right under your watch, Honorable Minister. Honorable Chairperson, it is blatantly clear that the budget of this department will never benefit the South African people, especially the poor, but rather the president and his cronies. This is a sad realization in a country where people struggle to access reasonable housing. You, Honorable Minister, you choose your budget to prioritize one man. You and your predecessor were amongst the president's top men who were in the cover-up of Nkandla. For the past 6 years that you have been in the office, you and your predecessor, you used your office, the taxpayers' money at your disposal to protect the president from his consequences of his action. You did not fulfill your role as cabinet ministers at the best interest of South African people at heart, but you used your time and in the favor of a morally bankrupt president while defrauding South African people in the process. And what you did, you failed South African people. It is a sad story to tell when the rich steal from the poor. This is what we have done with Nkandla. In this parliament, Honorable Minister, you abused the National Key Points Act to protect the president and to prevent information about Nkandla to be released to the public. The public protector in her report found that your communication to parliament was with inaccuracy and inconsistency, and your action has grossly undermined trust in government. Not only does the minister show a blatant disregard to the Constitution of the Republic or the people of South Africa, but also he can't even look after the very same officials who has the responsibility to exercise the mandate of the department. Why the officials of the department are punished for the wrongdoings of the private people who were introduced by the president private architect, Mr. Makaya. Honorable Minister, what you have done is the betrayal of the constitutional aspiration of the people you claim
Honorable
to
Member,
represent.
please observe Rule 58. You have to address the chair.
And the people that you cherish. The DA will pursue every avenue possible until the president and every other ANC and government official to be held accountable for their role in this Nkandla issue. Will make sure that the constitutional judgment is carried out. That stated that ministers who are involved in this Nkandla must be reprimanded, and the DA will make sure that you account to people of South Africa and to restore the dignity of this house. Chairperson, the department and minister have failed us in the second instance when it comes to the Council of the Built Environment. The CBE, in collaboration with the Department of Public Works, has a clear mandate to coordinate effort to drive transformation in the built environment, property, and construction, but they fail to do so. The professions and skills of the sector are of national interest. They play a very important role in planning, construction, and maintenance of the existing government infrastructure. However, during the Portfolio Committee meeting, it was clear that there's a governance challenge within the entity, because the pace of transformation to the built environment profession in terms of race and gender is very slow. The CBE is not in a strong position to do oversight and exercise its regularity function over the Professional Council, because the Professional Council has more capacity in this core activity than the CBE. To offer effective oversight, the CBE must now start to have the capacity to engage Professional Council in skills development strategy. They should have a core components and a knowledgeable workers and researchers, but currently they don't have. The board and the council must take the responsibility for the lack of research, skill development, built environment knowledge, and human capacity That should make the core activities of this entity. But the department also, they still don't have the expertise it needs. Many of our built environment graduate, they cannot find the relevant placement for their work, for training. But how can they register or they qualify to be the professional? The CEO of the very same entity was suspended from April 2015. But the board disrespected the public trust. They spent 1.8 million for the witch hunt. Honorable Chairperson, it is disturbing that the chairperson of the built environment lied to the committee and therefore to Parliament by stating that the suspended CEO refused the legal assistance. I do have a documentation, she did try to do so. But
you very
Honorable
much.
Minister, the board
Your
must
time
pay the money
is
personally.
on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Isikhulumi esilandelayo, umhlonishwa Dlamini EFF.
Thanks, Chairperson. But let me take this opportunity on behalf of South Africans to reprimand Mr. Tembelani Walter May Tulas Nxesi for the misuse of public funds in Nkandla under his watch. You see, Mr. Nxesi, the nation gave you a state car, state petrol, state bodyguards to go to Nkandla to monitor the expenditure there so that the money of the public is not misused, but you failed. Mr. Nxesi, again, the public
Honorable
protest-
Dlamini, can we call all members of this House honorable members, please?
Why? But the rule book says I must not call him with his first name. I'm calling him Mr. Nxesi. He's not honorable. Why should I do that? Can I?
Continue.
Okay.
I
Thank
made
you.
my ruling.
You see, Mr. Nxesi, the public protector asks you to go back and determine the cost of items that were identified as non-security items so that Mr. Nene can send the bill to Mr. Jacob Zuma to pay back the money. And again, you failed. So, Mr. Nxesi, if you fail to monitor just 250 million, how are you going to deal with 21 billion? But you are the same man who 3 months back when this country was on the verge of explosion because of racial slurs and comments that were thrown all over the place. And South Africans, all of them, they know the roots of racism and white arrogance in this country. That is because of land and ownership of the economy. But you are the same man who came to this parliament leading a government delegation that came to pass the bill that says white people must continue to own the land. Even white people, they were shocked on that day that there is a black man who calls himself a communist and a minister who can still lead a government delegation to come pass the law that says white people must retain land. You see, Mr. Nxesi, the message are people who might be poor, but you must
Honorable
never insult
Dlamini,
them. What?
Do you insist, Honorable Dlamini?
Yes.
Do you insist on not using honorable member?
Yes.
Are you saying that?
Yeah, I'm insisting, but you must watch this one. This thing,
I'm just saying, no, that watch is stopped. I'm just saying, are you saying you will not call a member of this house honorable?
No.
You
I'm
okay?
insisting. Can I go on?
I will look into this matter and I'll come back.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thanks. You see, Mr. Tulas, the message of our people, they might be poor, but you must never insult and undermine them. You're asking us to spend about 6 billion on this useless EPWP program, which is an insult to our people. You're saying on this program there is a training. When we went to one of the oversight visits in one of the municipalities, we found our people walking behind a grader, picking rocks from the road and throwing them on the side. When we asked the officials, what are these people doing? They're saying, no, it's a training under the EPWP program. That is an insult to our people. Again, you are saying this program will create sustainable jobs. You see, when we want to know about sustainable jobs, maybe you must ask Minister Lindiwe Sisulu and Minister Naledi Pandor, who've been sitting here for 22 years and doing nothing. What are sustainable jobs? Because you can't say to our people that work on those infrastructure programs that work for 3 months, and then you say that is a sustainable job. You must tell me one person who has raised a family, built a house, taken kids to school, who has worked only for 3 months in his entire life, earning 2,000 rand, and then you're saying that person has got a sustainable job. Again, you misled the public together with Mr. Jacob Zuma when you're saying this program creates 4 million job opportunities. I don't know what are job opportunities. In this country, there are two people. It's either you're working or you're not working. This thing of job opportunities, I don't know what is that. But let me tell you, if you want to see the jobs, you must wait until EFF take municipalities and will build state capacity. Then you'll see real jobs. Minister, this CIDP that is supposed to be the champion in leading transformation in the construction industry has failed. It has closed a lot of construction companies because of its own policies. 22 years later today in democracy, we don't even have one black construction company that is listed in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. Now you are saying that CIDP is working. You must close that thing. Again, Minister, we told you several times. That is why people in Kandla were stealing. This thing of putting consultant that you must build state capacity, you must employ people and stop those things of consultant, but in your budget you want to spend money on consultants, Mr. Makai. Again, Minister, we told you in our founding
Thank you,
manifesto that the
Honorable
state
Dlamini.
must
Your
build
time
its own
has
offices
expired.
so that
Thank you,
don't have to
Honorable
waste money
Dlamini.
on rentals,
Your
but you
time
continue to
has
do that.
expired.
So, Minister, we are
Honorable
rejecting
Dlamini.
this bill. Don't shout at
Oh,
me.
no. We have.
We are rejecting
No,
this
no,
bill.
Honorable Dlamini, your
Minister
time has
Grace.
expired. We now call Honorable Sitole of the IFP to take the podium.
Honorable House Chair, first of all, at the onset, let me say that the IFP support this budget vote, but with the following observations. The Department of Public Works, besides being responsible for development, maintenance, and upkeeping of public infrastructure, also plays a key role in poverty alleviation through provision of employment, mostly notable through its EPWP programs. The recent tabling, however, queries by Auditor General over the supply of insufficient and invalid data regarding this program begin to show the extent of its failure and the smoke and mirrors exercise that is being conducted by this department in respect of its performance. EPW, which was a good program to begin with, as it sought to provide an avenue for skill development for our poor and most vulnerable to find gainful employment by providing a variety of job opportunity, is now in a state of dysfunction. What happened with the funding received from the Department of Higher Education to provide training to EPWP participants? Why are we dragging our feet when the country is crying out for skill development opportunities, especially in our rural areas where they are needed most? 1.1 million jobs are projected to be created by the department this year in terms of the program, which is the same amount as the previous year. But if one looks at the report by the Auditor General in respect of 2014-15, one notes that same has been flagged for inconsistency regarding data being inaccurate, invalid, and incompetent. In some instances, people who have passed away have been cited with beneficiaries and other possible indication of fraud being perpetrated with incorrect ID numbers and essentially beneficiaries that remain unverified. We also note with great concern the gender and racially appropriate need for professional registration in the built environment with the following aggregate registrations in the Professional Council, Engineering Council of South Africa. Whites are 26,845, African 14,609, India now 3,608, and Karata 1,073. With men comprised of 56,687, and families are 10,028 of those employed. These statistics show that we still have a long way to go in terms of gender and race transformation in South Africa, and we want to know how the department intended addressing this issue. The failure of the department to properly monitor the filling of vacancies in entities like CIDB, who has already had an acting CEO for more than 12 months, is unacceptable. Underspending of department funding at provincial and local levels because of administrative incapacity and lack of department oversight is a matter of grave concern. The department must ensure that all funds transferred are used and generate maximum value for our people. Social sector grants remain of highest priority as this alleviates the plight of our poor and most vulnerable by creating much more needed jobs. Lastly, Minister, in respect of Constitutional Court judgment just handed over down Kandla and in respect of the reprimand you are about to receive from the President, do you think you have done anything wrong on the Nkandla issue? Because the court seems to think you have done something wrong. Usubuyele, Minister, usubuyele ngaphansi kwenqola, ngicabanga ukuthi i-truck akade ishayisa uMinister wamaphoyisa ubuphumile kuyo, kodwa manje uPresident mayethi i-Department ye-Public Works okufanele ukuthi i-account usubuyele ngaphansi kwenqola. Ngicabanga ukuthi kuzofanele ukuthi ubone uliphuma kanjani. Ngiyathokoza.
Sithokoze ba. Siyobiza manje umhlonishwa Khubisa, qhubekisa inkulumo phikisa.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much, honorable members. The Department of Public Works is responsible for the management of state assets and to develop, coordinate, and implement public works programs. This is also the department which stands in the middle of the Nkandla saga. The department which, through complicity, omission, or neglect of duty, has brought South Africa to the brink of a constitutional crisis. Minister, we want to see to the bitter end how those officials are disciplined. We remember last time that you submitted a report that the disciplinary action was going on, and we want to see what is it that is done to the Makanyas of this world. The people who could inflate prices when one thatched roof hut could cost almost 6 million. The budget allocation for the Department of Works is 6.5 billion for the 2016-17 financial year, with which to accomplish its mandate. And this represents an increase of 3.4% in nominal terms and a decline of 2.9% in real terms when calculating the impact of inflation. When assessing the internal division of the total allocated budget, the National Freedom Party welcomes the reduction in remuneration of employees, but cannot fathom why the department would budget for a staggering of 177% increase in the provision for legal services. We also question the cost of operating leases, which are projected to increase by almost 147%. We believe that the government should, as far as possible, own the offices and properties which is occupying. There seems to be no rationale for paying rent and to grow the investment of a private portfolio when government can own a tangible asset that increases in value over a long term. A flagship period of the department which has been allocated 2.3 billion and which proportionally represent 35.5% of the overall departmental budget, the expanded public works program. We understand that the importance of this government initiative which aims to create work opportunities in the several sectors and is implemented worldwide, covering all spheres of government and state-owned enterprises. But this is what we say, Minister. Yet the performance figures of this program are bleak. The annual target for work opportunities was almost 1 billion, but only 541,776 work opportunities were reported. This means a success rate of 48%, which is just not good enough. Even worse is the 60,752 full-time equivalent jobs which were created against the set target of 450,462. This means that the program has only met 36% of its target. The National Freedom Party believes that the department should take a hard and serious look at how this very important program is being implemented, identify the obstacles to a higher success rate in its performance, and ensure that the program starts yielding results to justify its allocation of the budget. This program must also be depoliticized too. We must lessen the use of consultants in the department. And also we say, we agree that serious consideration must be given to the Independent Development Trust financial situation and echo the call of the committee that the minister should provide a report outlining the efforts to locate the 1,200 properties which have not been found and to update the movable asset register so that the department can comply with the government immovable asset register, that is Act 19 of 2007. We believe that a completed asset register will give us a better picture of the government property holdings and must assist in relocating government departments and entities to
Thank you
government-owned
very much. Your
properties.
time
In doing
has
so,
expired.
reduce our expenditure on renters.
Thank you
In
very
conclusion,
much.
the National Freedom Party supports the budget.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for the vote.
We now call on the Deputy Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, House Chairperson, ministers present, and honourable members, and obviously also the Portfolio Committee in particular of Public Works from all parties. Minister and Chairperson, I prepared a nice budget speech reflecting on the things, but of course, and our budget doesn't have anything to do with Nkandla, but since the Nkandla matter has come up, let me provide the answers that the Honourable Kapani says she's in searching for and can't find. First of all, let's get some timelines right. Okay. So the Minister of Public Works, the current one, Honourable Nesi, was appointed in October 2011 to Public Works. This was several years after the tenders had been awarded, the procurement process had happened, and the expenditure on budget had occurred. When he arrived in the office, sitting on his desk was a vast SIU report on corruption, which included corruption at Nkandla, but also much more widespread across the department. There was also a report, and Nkandla was there. Also, there was a report from the Auditor General. So that's the end of 2011. Within a year, the minister addressed a whole range of these corruption issues with disciplinary matters, criminal cases opened, and so forth. But in October of 2012, he established his own task team to look at Nkandla. And this was many, many months before the Public Protector began her process. In January of 2013, that task team report was published and made public. It was also shared with the Public Protector. The Public Protector welcomed the information that we provided. We engaged actively throughout the process of the Public Protector's investigation with the Public Protector. And indeed, the Public Protector came to the same remedial, in regard to Public Works, the same remedial proposals, exactly the same, that had been found in the Minister's task team. The minister didn't call it a FIPOL. The Minister of Public Works implemented remedial actions. The Minister implemented remedial actions immediately following his own task team. He didn't wait for the Concord judgment. He didn't wait for that. He proceeded immediately under his own steam to address the issues that we could address as the Department of Public Works. Here I've got a public statement from the Public Protector saying one department heeded the report on Nkandla. The Department of Public Works was the only department, she says, that fully complied with the Public Protector suggested remedial action. No. She said this to us before the Constitutional Court judgment. The Minister didn't wait for the Constitutional Court to say that the Public Protector's findings and remedial proposals were compulsory. Didn't wait for them. We agreed with them. We agreed with them because our own task team had already made exactly the same remedial, and they were correct proposals. So now let's follow what happened. So what are the remedial proposals that the Public Protector said? Disciplinary processes. 12 officials, okay? We opened up criminal cases against others in the private sector, namely the architect in particular. 12 officials were charged. The convictions are not in our hands because they're with the courts. But the disciplinary charges we are trying to move ahead with, okay? But the media insisted that these disciplinary proceedings should be open to public scrutiny, to the media. Now, we don't necessarily disagree with that principle, and we understand why they wanted to have access to these disciplinary hearings, because they thought that we were trying to cover up and we were trying to blame junior officials for a problem, okay? So initially, our position was fine. Let the media come in and listen, unusually, exceptionally, to a departmental disciplinary process. We didn't have initially an objection to it, but it was the lawyers of those facing these disciplinary actions that objected to the thing. And that matter has still not been heard in court. So we can't proceed, which is a great frustration to us, to deal with the disciplinary matters. A court date has been set down on the 27th of May. You don't want to listen, but that's all right. 27th of May this year for the court to hear the matter. And then when it finds, we can proceed. If it's open, it's open. That's fine. If it's closed, it's closed. But we will proceed with the hearing. The no, we are holding them to account. Of course we are. We're trying to move and we can't do so. But many of them have been disciplined for other matters and been fired for other matters. But on this matter, on the lease, okay, there's a series of other remedial actions, which I won't go into detail, but which we have fulfilled in detail. Supply chain management. We are working closely with the Chief Procurement Officer in order to correct our things. The Public Protector correctly found that there'd been too much delegation to our regional office, way beyond their capacity, and that also invited corruption. We've corrected that. We've set a very firm ceiling in terms of what regional offices might find. Okay, now let's then also look at the Constitutional Court judgment. And let's, with my glasses and not yours, okay, let us look at what the Public Protector said. I refer you to the Public Protector's report, page 59. Page 59, okay. The Public Protector says, in terms of reprimands, the former Minister of Public Works, Mr. G. Deutsch, and the Minister of Police, who now is the former Minister of Police, could have provided better executive leadership, especially with regard to speedily accessing the extent and cost of the Nkandla project, particularly when the media broke the story in 2009 and taking decisive measures and so forth. Specifically, I have read number 9. Okay, and therefore, there you are. Now, the President can reprimand any deputy minister, any minister, if he so chooses. But the Public Protector, and therefore the Constitutional Court, which is following page 59 of the Public Protector's report, is not calling for the President to reprimand Minister Glesi, or for that matter, his deputy minister. There we are. I have read number 9, and it's okay. Now, I'm citing all of this because notice how, when it came to the Constitutional Court, their lawyers, including the EFF's lawyers, knew more and were more literate than the members sitting over on the side. Because why did your lawyers not cite this minister and this department as respondents in the Constitutional Court? Because they knew very well that the Department of Public Works, as the Public Protector has clearly said, has implemented in any case, or done its best to implement, obviously with obstruction from courts and so forth and proceedings, has done its best to implement every single remedial action proposed by the Public Protector. So that's the story on that thing. Now, let me leave that aside, because I think we've answered very clearly the unanswered questions that they pretend they can't see, okay? Because they can't read the Public Protector's report. They don't understand the Constitution. Go and talk to your lawyers. They understood it better than us. Let me now move on to other matters. First, very quickly, on the CIDB matter, no, let me start with the CBE matter, which the Honourable Kapani mentioned. We agree with you, but for different reasons entirely, of course. We agree with you that there are governance challenges when it comes to the Council for the Built Environment. Basically, the Act establishes a council appointed by the Minister, but 12 of the 20 members of that thing are appointed basically by the 6 different built environment professional statutory councils. Okay, 12 of the 20. And by them, by the private sector, engineers, architects, quantity surveyors, no, deployed, precisely. It's the presidents and so on of those councils, those separate councils. And therein lies a problem. So between the minister and the statutory councils, quantity surveyors, engineers, architects, and so on, between the minister, who has a responsibility for exercising a regulatory function, not least in South Africa, where transformation, we agree, is absolutely required in these sectors, there is this problematic entity in between, which is the CBE. Now, the CBE does some good work, and I don't want to pretend that everything is wrong and problematic. But institutionally, there's a problem. And it's a problem that we're encountering across government in many of our regulatory entities, where boards and councils, which are heavily populated by the private sector, often then impede our ability to exercise our public interest regulation. We do, of course, understand that when you're dealing with professional bodies like engineering councils and so on, you need to do so professionally. And you can't just do it as civil servants. So you've got to get the balance right, and we are looking at both the CBE and the CIDB in regard to how we manage this function. So we agree with you in that respect. And there is an institutional problem which often manifests itself in what looks like personal tensions, and you mentioned the case of a CEO who's been suspended for a long time, with which, in our independent investigation, which we commissioned from one of the auditing firms, found, in our view, is wrong. But what the council tells us is, well, we take note of the minister's problems in this respect, and they're right, but the minister can't dictate to the council the appointment of the CEO or the disappointment of the CEO. That's in their hands legally. So there are institutional problems, and it's not just in public works, it's across government in terms of regulation. I'm running out of time, but let me also then quickly say some things about the expanded public works program. I'm glad that at least some of the members who spoke, although not the honorable, very honorable Dlamini, who clearly has a problem with the expanded public works programs. Now, Chapter 3 of the National Development Plan, let's remind ourselves, sees public employment programs, expanded public works programs, as critical contra-cyclical interventions, that we're suffering from this systemic unemployment in South Africa for many reasons. Structural unemployment, and it's very persistent and very difficult. And obviously, since the 2008 global, let me call it economic and capitalist crisis, since it's impacted on our economy and many other economies, obviously the challenges of unemployment have increased. Now, if you look at the National Development Plan, which I also have read very carefully, Chapter 3 envisages significant contra-cyclical expansion of these programs when there's a GDP downturn. Okay. And in this regard, certainly, in its most pessimistic calculations in terms of GDP average growth over 20 years, which is 3.3% GDP average between 2010 and 2030, it envisages a 13-fold increase on the baseline of the number of work opportunities we're providing currently. Okay, so that's enormous, and we can't get it because the very reason that compels us to be contra-cyclical in creating millions and millions of work opportunities. Some of them might not be great. Some of them are doing great things in terms of home-based care, school feeding, and so on. It's now 79 Rand. It's not great, but the people on it appreciate it. They would like more, and so we'd like to pay more, but we want to spread it as widely as possible so that we maximize the number of people that are at least enjoying some kind of income support. Okay. Now, the problem is that obviously with low GDP growth, we don't have the resources to expand the program. So we're caught in the thing. But here's the good news, that despite this very difficult situation, we need to address dignity. I agree with you. The independent research numbers are beginning to show that these programs are really having a serious impact. Okay. Now, for instance, the WISER report of the United Nations University World Institute for Development Economic Research published a research paper at the end of December last year, Demographic Employment and Wage Trends in South Africa. And the report says that the public sector growth grew significantly between 2008 and 2014, from 14.5% of total employment at the beginning of 2008 to 17.5%, a significant increase in public employment by the end of 2014. The report states, and I quote, "This suggests that the state possibly acted as an unintended creator of jobs during a period of extreme labor market distress." Now, I want to qualify that. I want to say it wasn't unintended, particularly in regard to the expanded public works programs and the community work program and other public employment programs. This was a deliberate intention, a deliberate intervention by DA-controlled municipalities, DA-controlled provinces, and ANC-controlled provinces, because the DA also correctly recognizes the incredible importance of these programs to provide some poverty alleviation, to address some kind of survivability, and at the same time to provide a very interesting model of service delivery to communities, helping to create community cohesion by communities taking responsibility for their environments, for their communities, and not just waiting for a delivery state to unload things to them. Very, very interesting approach. Doesn't always work perfectly. It's a massive program with over 1 million participants every single year. Massive program. Okay. So this independent research by this UN body basically said that, interestingly, when they looked at the increase in public employment, it found that the categories were manual laborers and semi-skilled workers, medium-skilled workers in things like home-based care, protective services, childcare workers, and so on, where expanded public works program participants are heavily represented. And it concludes, the report concludes, from this brief analysis, it would seem that government's expanded public works program is an important driver of public sector job creation, and its key finding is that the public sector itself is the one thing, just about, that is keeping afloat some kind of employment creation in very, very difficult circumstances. I could go on to respond, as I have publicly in the news, to the Auditor General's findings. I think there's a misunderstanding there fundamentally. Auditor General is trying to find our DG, the accounting officer for every single 1 million plus work opportunities in South Africa. I think that's a misconception. We play a coordinating role, we play a championing role, we're proud to do that, but it makes the Auditor General's job easier if he can find certificated ID copies for every individual 1 million work opportunity present in head office. But they're not there. They're in the sites, they're in the locations and so forth.
Deputy
Thank you very much.
Minister,
Thank you.
thank
We
you.
obviously support the budget.
I'll now call upon Honorable Filtane.
Thank you, Chair Lady. The United Democratic Movement supports the budget vote with the following critical comments. The strategic location of the Department of Public Works as a nerve center for the provision and custodianship of state's physical operational space cannot be underestimated. If its capacity to deliver on this task is negatively affected, then the whole state machinery collapses as it gets compromised. Amongst the key challenges of the department is the fact that it is hamstrung to prepare and present its report in a manner consistent with the mechanical format dictated to it by National Treasury. This reality makes it difficult for the department to give an impact analysis of the work it does so that society can be able to understand its contribution to the bigger socio-economic development agenda of the country. Some of the stakeholders in the expanded public works program, like the councillors, are alleged to be taking advantage of this gap in the reporting tool and misdirect funds to political party-related activities, in particular as we approach local government elections. This is a serious act of misconduct, allegedly already taking place in the infamous King Sabata Dalingebo municipality, that's Umtata in the Eastern Cape. And as such, we invite the minister to investigate. I hope you will be interested. It is happening now as we speak. Money set aside to bolster the coffers of the councillors who want to get back to council, not creating jobs. Secondly, the massive budget reductions are devastating and may indeed affect the functionality of the department adversely. Whilst the EPW got an increase of 11.4%, the following critical services are amongst those that have not escaped the chop. Developmental, urgent, and strategic task of the department is in growing and transforming the construction property industries. Surprisingly, its budget to deliver on this mandate has been reduced by a whopping 10.7%. Consequently, 862,000 square meters of available space for development, which would require no less than 4 billion, is not likely to be developed. Worse, the CIDB's budget has gone down by as much as 25.5%. Certainly, this will retard the transformation of the construction and property industries, and the black African contractors and property owners are going to be the hardest hit. The Construction and Property Management Portfolio, which is the champion of the implementation of Immovable Assets Management Act number 19 of 07, got a reduction of 31.3%. Surely, the implementation of this important legislative prescript will suffer, and by extension, ordinary citizens will not benefit from the intended objectives of the Act. Ambitious target of creating 4.1 million work opportunities are not going to be effectively monitored because, again, the monitoring budget has been a victim of this grinding axe. The Property Management Trading Entity may give rise to legal challenges, but let's leave that. The department must also tighten its policy with regard to sourcing of locally available services like security and cleaning. Chairperson, I must emphasize that it is really unthinkable that, while still confronted with these challenges, this department has put it in black and white that it is planning this coming financial year to begin the process of relocating this parliament to Pretoria. Where do you get the funds for doing that? Now, 6 of the best could be offered
Honorable member, your time is over.
to the minister. But in the process, he might ask, wena baba ngaba soyikhokhele yakho imali?
And I'll call upon Honorable Mahesela.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister Ngesi, and other ministers present, Honorable Deputy Ministers, our Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members of the committee, invited guests in the gallery, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The ANC-led government in its election manifestos of 2007 and 2014 reflected the following major challenges facing South African society, mainly unemployment, poverty, inequality, and rural marginalization. In response to the challenges, the manifestos identified the following 5 priority areas to be addressed: creation of decent jobs, improvement and expansion of education and training, improvement of social security and health, fighting crime and corruption, improving food production and security. The most hard hit here are women, youth, people with disability. Expanded Public Works program was launched in 2004 in order to address the plight of the vulnerable, which are the poor and the unemployed, so as to contribute in halving unemployment by 2019. It is implemented in phases. Since its launch, phase 1 reached a target of 1 million job opportunities. Phase 2, which started from 2009 to 2014, created 4.5 million job opportunities. Presently, we are at phase 3, which is running from 2014 to 2019, and we are targeting 6 million jobs opportunities. To this end, 2.32 billion has been budgeted for the financial year 2016-2017, and it will be run by all different departments and all spheres of government. Sitiko Sinalmat. All these governments are going to be working to ensure that this 6 million, we reach it. And we are working together. We are going to make it. The designated groups target for this phase are 55% for women, 55% for youth, and 2% for people with disability. The women have special target because we know that in this country, women suffered triple oppression. Honorable Chairperson, in the history of this country, there was never a government that was caring and the government that recognized women as equals to men, like this government that is led by the African National Congress. Women were always neglected and had no place in the economy of this country. According to the Freedom Charter, South Africa belongs to all who live in it, and therefore no one should be marginalized. And that is why even in this parliament, it's only the African National Congress that is having more women in this parliament. Hence, the Employment Equity Act, which ensures equal opportunity for all at workplaces.
Honorable member, can you take a seat?
Chairperson, will the honourable member take a question?
Honorable member. Honorable member. Honorable member, are you prepared to take a question?
No, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Chair, how will this government realize the target of creating 6 million job opportunities? We are going to create that by increasing the labor-intensive government-funded infrastructure projects such as the construction of community halls, ECD centers, construction of roads, and so on. We are going to achieve this by creating work opportunities in environment sectors programs, like working for water, working for wetlands, and so on. We are also going to create that by creating job opportunities in social sector programs like home community-based care and early childhood development. Non-governmental organizations are also implementing many activities that are also assisting in job creation. Community work programs target at a specific area that will generally involve a large range of different activities identified as necessary and beneficial work for the community in consultation with the local government, like the collection of waste. By this design, ladies and gentlemen, EPWP is not a permanent placement, but create job opportunities through exposing South Africans to the world of work. It is a short or to medium-term employment opportunity, which ranges from 6 to 3 years, depending on the nature of the project. But in turn, it will create people who will get into a full-time job opportunity. Participation of EPWP members or get stipends for work done, and they are also trained in different ways. The youth similarly were not given special attention until in 1976, when the youth took to streets to register that they also belong into this country and their plight should also be taken care of. To this end, the EPWP skill development mostly focuses on youth. In the State of the Nation address, the President emphasized on the support for youth development. Hence, EPWP Phase 3 is focusing on providing training to unskilled, marginalized, and unemployment people, especially the youth. There are several EPWP projects that assist youth to enter the formal employment. For example, Working for Fire, in which youth are recruited by police and defense to be trained as firefighters. This project has created 5,000 job opportunities. Artisans Development Program, in which 2,000 artisans participated. The internships, the learnership programs provide participation with an on-job experience and also assist in building youth self-esteem. National Youth Service is also engaged in creating work and training opportunities. This is just a few of those that are really assisting in this regard. Honorable Chair, the target for youth has been increased from 40% in Phase 2 to 55% in Phase 3. This shows that the government is committed towards youth development. In April 2016, nationally, 69.9% women participated, 43% of youth, and also 1.5% of people with disabilities they did. If you don't understand or you don't know how it is done, especially that people, they don't want to understand, you cannot make anyone to understand if he does not want to understand. The EPWP is very good. I have experienced it. I've got an example. There is a gentleman called Simon Rankahwe who stays in Litotong in Polokwane. When we started with this EPWP in 2004, he was part of those people who were trained. Very Arab preschool.
Honorable member, unfortunately your time is over.
The ANC supports this project. Thank you.
And I'll call upon Honorable Groenewald.
Achtbare voorzitter, nog elke jaar komt die achtbare minister van 2012 al en hy begin sy toespraak om te sê we have zero tolerance of any problems or enige corruption in the department. En dan kom die achtbare adjunkminister en hy kom sê eintlik dat hy en die achtbare minister is eintlik 'n Pontius Pilatus. Hulle het niks te doen met Nkandla nie. Nkandla het hulle geërf. Hulle het alles in hulle vermoë gedoen. En hulle het dit nou oorgegee aan die vervolgingsgesag. En hulle kan nou niks doen nie. Pontius Pilatus, agbare minister, het u al met u kollega gepraat in die nasionale vervolgingsgesagsdepartement onder wie hy val? Wat doen hulle daaromtrent? Het u al met die polisie gepraat? U kollega, wat doen hulle daaromtrent? Het u vir hulle al die inligting gegee? En as hulle sê hulle ondersoek dit, hoekom vat dit so lank? 'n Pontius Pilatus, u kan nou niks doen nie, dis uit my hande uit. Nee, agbare minister, u is nie te verontskuldig nie. En kom ek vir u sê, u zero tolerance of corruption is ook nie korrek nie. Hier is van hierdie podium so pas hoeveel keer gesê oor die uitgebreide openbare werke program vir die skepping van werk. 6 miljoen wat teen 2019 geskep moet word, 4,5. Maar die ouditeur-generaal se verslag wys duidelik uit dat in die finansiële jaar van 2014-15 kan hierdie werksgeleenthede nie behoorlik geverifieer word nie. Daar is nie genoegsame bewyse op die stelsel dat hierdie mense daar werk nie. In fact, it even found that some dead people are on the system. Nou wil ek vir die agbare minister sê, minister, dooie mense kan nie werk nie. Hulle spook. En ek hoop, as hulle spook, dan spook hulle by daai mense wat hierdie salarisse kry van hierdie mense wat dood is, wat op die stelsel is. En dit is korrupsie. Die vraag is, wat het u gedoen? Het u gekyk? Aan wie word hierdie geld uitbetaal? Wat bevind is dat die mense eintlik dood is? Want is belastingbetalers se geld. Wat misbruik word. Wie sit dit in die sak? En dit is wat u moet doen. U moet daardie spookwerkers moet u opspoor, want u mislei die publiek, want dit is ons verkiesingsjaar. Dit is ons lekker om te sê, maar die regering skep ongeveer 6 miljoen werke. Ons skep vir julle werk. Daar is werkloosheid in Suid-Afrika. En u mislei die mense deur hierdie program. Daar is verdere korrupsie in die departement en u moet daaraan aandag gee. PW is becoming public willing
Honorable
department.
Groenewald, your date is on. I'll now call upon Honorable Adams.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Chairperson of the Committee, Honorable Martins, Honorable Members, officials of the Department of Public Works, compatriots, friends, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery. The ANC supports vote 11. As a result of numerous adverse audit findings from the Office of the Auditor General and failure by the Department of Public Works to deliver on its mandate, a turnaround strategy was necessary. There was a need for fundamental reorganization to stabilize the department. In January 2012, the 7-year business improvement plan was launched to eradicate fraud and corruption and to improve the running of the business of the department. The 7-year turnaround strategy was divided in 3 phases, namely stabilization, efficiency enhancement, sustainability, and growth. In the 2016-17 financial year, 10.7 billion rand has been allocated to the Property Management Trading Entity, PMTE. As part of the turnaround strategy, the PMTE was operationalized in 2015 to improve service delivery. Over the MTE period, the PMTE has stated that it has to, 1, address organizational and capacity issues, 2, implement plans in line with the new SONA commitments, such as energy saving, Operation Pakisa initiatives, job creation, and unlocking the potentials of SMMEs and cooperatives. 3, minimize underspending on capital budgets. And 4, review and re-engineer the property business. The allocated budget of 10.7 billion should be used to manage the accommodation needs of client departments, ensure proper leasing and the implementation of the Government Immovable Asset Management Act by updating and maintaining the Immovable Asset Register. The funds generated by the property management, leasing, and investment achievements of the PMTE should reduce costs to the department by maintaining the value of government assets, improving access to and quality of government assets. Honourable Chair, the core functions of the PMTE would assist using the state's vacant property productively. This would ensure that the department can reclaim its mandate as policymaker, regulate and monitor the objectives of the larger public works sector. The PMTE could ensure that marginalized communities can benefit from economic activities around small harbours through Operation Pakisa. This will lead to government precincts development in rural areas for easy access to services from client departments such as Home Affairs and Social Development. The PMTE would be central to safeguard the state's assets from vandalism, theft and invasion, and preserving government's asset structures, buildings and land parcels. The Department of Public Works has the mandate to coordinate efforts that drive transformation in the built environment and construction industry through policy, legislature, and regulation. This would give effect to its focus on infrastructure development and job creation. The Council for the Built Environment, CBE, as an entity of the Department of Public Works, must focus on skills development and transformation in the construction, built environment, and property-owned business in the fields of engineering, architecture, quantity surveying, project and construct management, property valuation, and landscape architecture. Each field has its own professional council to which graduates in these fields register. Professional standards are set by these councils. The CBE consists of a 20-member council and has a budget of 43 million, had a budget of 43 million in 2015-16, which increased to 45.4 million in 2016-17, and has three primary roles, that of development, regulatory, and advisory. The skills and professionals of these sectors are of national interest and play a key role in planned government infrastructure programs, often referred to in the SONA, the Strategic Infrastructure Projects, the SIPs, driven by the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission. However, the number of women, only 15%, and people with disabilities in the construction business are not satisfactory. Hence, a unified transformation strategy in collaboration with the Department of Public Works Women Empowerment Initiative and other partnerships will in this regard set the transformation agenda. A list of unemployed environmental graduates is compiled to quantify the needs of the industry and to connect them to potential employers. The CBE should promote and advocate the implementation of registration of professionals who have been practicing without registration. This will enforce registration of built environment professions. The transformation is crucial to give support to the ANC government's policy of infrastructure development and job creation to improve the lives of previously disadvantaged people, especially the youth, women, and people with disabilities. The Public Works has a mandate to coordinate efforts that drives transformation in the built and construction industry. We believe that the pace of transformation in the built environment in terms of race and gender will be accelerated. However, general challenges such as alignment of government policies by the 6 professional councils and accountability and regular monitoring of the 6 professional councils haunt the CBE. To do strong oversight, the CBE should have the capacity to engage in skills development strategies. To do this, it should have a core component of knowledge workers and research staff. We have noted that in recent months, the Council entered the contracts of research assistants interns. This was done in spite of recognition agreements with the union. Chairperson, This ANC-led government placed strong emphasis on infrastructure development and job creation to progressively improve the life of our previously advantaged people, to ensure that these private councils must be in line with the transformative efforts, policy, legal and regulatory steps must be taken to regulate this council. The ANC support vote 11. I thank you.
And I'll call upon Honorable Kola.
Colleagues, I'm new to this committee, so I'll address just 3 issues where various, to use the ANC catchphrase, challenges must be faced. Firstly, our removable assets, which fall under the Property Management Trading Entity. Now, it's an entity established in April 2006, and what I've learned during my short tenure on the committee is that in terms of the immovable assets register, there are assets that are correct, as per the municipal rolls, there are assets that are grossly overinflated, and there are assets that simply don't exist. 15% of the state's immovable assets are in poor condition for Reid, should be condemned, and 85% in a fair to good condition. Now, of the 158,000 state assets, 112,000 are immovable assets, the rest is land. So of the 112,000 immovable assets, 15% or 16,800 buildings are in poor condition. Sadly, I visited many of the slum-like buildings where government staff actually have to work amongst the rats and bird lice, such as the Firearm Registry in Pretoria or nurses' quarters in the Eastern Cape. Death traps, all of them. A year ago, our late and greatly missed colleague, Honourable Kenneth Mubu, said the DPW was a failed custodian for this country's property assets. I fear it still is. We're told at great length about the turnaround strategy, but there's more. My information tells me that there are many problems that simply aren't being revealed to the committee. Yes, it's finally been admitted that the PMTE has lost 1,200 properties. They simply can't find them. They've disappeared. There are thousands that have been stolen, invaded, even sold, but there's more. If you check, you'll find there are rather strange coordinates for many of the listed properties. For example, in Midval, Earth 43, portion O of Pendale Agricultural Holdings is valued at 220,000 rand, yet there's no known address. However, the GPS coordinates tell you exactly where the property is. It is, Minister, in the middle of the North Atlantic Ocean, to the east of North Carolina. Now, I have details of over 200 such properties with GPS coordinates showing them settled at the bottom of the Atlantic. Some might say the 5-year turnaround strategy is going swimmingly. Now, as a newcomer, I have to ask about things like the rates and services payments of these government properties. When Helen Zille took over as mayor of Cape Town, the various government entities were millions behind in rates and services. So she just cut them off. And suddenly those millions flew back into the municipal coffers, and the turnaround of the shabby seaside city turned into a world-class icon. That's when it began. My information is, however, that no rates or services have been collected from certain government buildings for over 8 years. The debt nationally comes to over 5.241 billion rand. Those debts go back to 2008. Imagine where we would be as a country if an extra 5.241 billion plus had been added to the fiscus. But there's more. Of those properties being charged, or perhaps even paying rates and services, there is, for one, an example, one being charged 10,000 rand a month. Now, the claim is it's a multi-million rand school. The truth is it's an empty barn. So who is paying? Us, the taxpayers. Who's pocketing the 10,000 a month? With the billions not coming in, the next question is, how are the municipalities paying their monthly debts? It's suddenly easy to understand the new legislation forbidding us from taking our full pension out when we retire. I'm told the money just isn't there, it's gone. Meanwhile, because of the thousands of lost slum-like or underwater properties, there's a shortage in terms of the immovable asset register, so the renting of endless properties from endless cronies continues. I've asked for the names of the top 10 who rent the highest number of buildings to public works per province, and will be looking for the Guptaization of the whole. Then again, 56% of the leasehold portfolio charges above market rental, and the rentals are 45% above market rentals. Now, if the department could just get its ducks in a row, it could leverage its property portfolio for economic development. Which brings me neatly to the Expanded Public Works Program, EPWP, the antithesis of economic development. It's a much-loved baby of the Deputy Minister Cronin, who's obviously totally underutilized, and so is taken to camping out in our portfolio committee and referring to the rather cowed officials as his staff, like some super DG. Separation of powers, Minister. The EPWP chases numbers instead of using funds to stimulate the economy. It has no lasting legacy, nor does it add to the momentum of growth and jobs in any realistic way. What it does do, Minister, if you'd listen, is provide single job opportunities for those in often desperate need. Now, I raised the issue of corruption about the EPWP program, and that those who couldn't produce an ANC membership card were turned away. I was asked to prove my claim. Minister, it took me one phone call, and here in my hand are 24 affidavits where individuals were refused EPWP jobs by 3 ANC councillors, 2 men, 1 woman from Ilova and Umlazi, because they didn't have ANC membership cards. Minister, you've given the opportunity to offer unfettered and unmonitored largesse to thousands of people, and I, for one, will not view this program in its current format through rose-colored spectacles. Without fairness, it doesn't add to the momentum of growth and jobs in any way at all. Indeed, the AG is questioning your data because of inadequate records and deficiencies in information submitted. Minister, he needs ID numbers, not ANC membership card numbers. Minister, when I leave here, it will be to walk to the police station to lay charges against these 3 ANC councillors. My colleagues, I'm sure, will do the same in province after province after province. Perhaps I will invite the public protector to take on one last case which shows all the signs of making Nkandla look like the theft of a child's lunch money at school. It's fire poolery at play, and the DA won't allow corruption on our watch.
On our program. Ngicela ukuphakamisa umhlonishwa uMadlopha.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister of Public Works, Deputy Minister, all ministers present, honorable members, distinguished guests, the Reconstruction and Development Program said, and I quote, "No political democracy can service and flourish if the masses of our people remain in the poverty, without land, without tangible prospects for a better life. Attacking poverty and deprivation must therefore be the first priority of a democratic government," close quote. To eliminate poverty and reduce inequality, South Africa has to raise levels of employment through productivity growth and earnings of working people. As part of the government intervention in the poverty alleviation, it introduced and launched Expanded Public Works Program in 2004 as a concerted effort to address issues of the poverty, unemployment, and lack of skills, particularly marginalized communities in rural areas. It is this reason that the African National Congress continue with our journey to reduce poverty, unemployment, and inequalities, despite 2016-17 budget proposal being tabled under serious constraints and pressures, both economically and socially. It is true that levels of unemployment in the country remain high. However, that should not make us turn a blind eye on the achievements that the government has made in addressing this challenge. According to the latest figures from Statistics South Africa, unemployment levels decreased by 225,000 in the fourth quarter of 2015 compared to the third quarter of the same year. The declining levels in the official unemployment rate were recorded in 7 of the 9 provinces. The largest decreases were recorded in Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, as well as the Free State. Even when considering the number of discouraged job seekers between the third quarter of 2015, expanded unemployment rate is on a decline. Over the past 10 years, the Expanded Public Works Program created 5 million jobs which provide the necessary relief for our people who would otherwise not survive the unforgiving jaws of poverty. The IDT makes a very important contribution to the EPWP. It is the paramount project management entity for this government, and it builds social infrastructure that communities are proud to own and protect. In spite of its current budget deficit, which many blow out of proportion, the entity has made a concerted effort to collect its long outstanding management fees. These will bring the IDT's finance back. We call on all client departments and provinces to pay these management fees. The country's Vision 2030 National Development Plan calls for radical change that must bring real benefits for working people and poor across South Africa. The NDP provides a long-term vision to accelerate the development so that unemployment and inequalities could be reduced, creating a more inclusive society. The NDP is the roadmap for our programs. One of the key pillars of extensively covered in the NDP and built into medium-term strategic framework is decent employment through growth. Some of people find some joy in talking about unemployment, but they fail to talk about the job creation. They prefer to say the glass is half empty when it is actually half full. The largest figures from the Statistics South Africa shows that government is making strides in terms of job creation. This narrative is confirmed by the latest figures arising from the December 2015 quarterly labor force survey conducted by Statistics South Africa. What is even more comforting is the fact that these improvements in job creation are not concentrated in one province, as some would want us to believe, that there is one province that is capable of creating jobs in South Africa. Contrary to such notion, the narrative coming from the Statistics South Africa tells us that the improvement observed in the third quarter of 2015 is spread across at least 7 provinces. For example, from the third quarter 2015 to the fourth quarter of the same year, Gauteng had a highest improvement in the job creation. Colleagues, I wish to share with you the story of Nehemiah. He said, and I quote, "I was in Susa. Hanani, one of my brothers, came with certain men from Judah, and I asked them concerning the Jews who escaped, who had survived the exile, and concerning Jerusalem. And they said to me," and I quote, "the remnant there in the province who had survived the exile is in a great trouble and shame. The walls of Jerusalem are broken and its gates are destroyed by fire." Nehemiah made a call to rebuild the walls that were destroyed by the oppressors of that time. When I read these verses in the Holy Bible, I mirrored South Africa. When our great leaders were returning from exiles, and when they come, there was no nation. It was only a country without nation. It was a country with broken walls. It was a country where all gates were burnt with fire. It was a country without peace. It was a country with racism. It was a country without shelter. It was a country without roads in black areas. It was a country without sanitation, a country without jobs for black people. It was a country excluding black people in the economy and education. Gross violation of human rights of the majority of the people of South Africa. And the African National Congress government came and built the nation through the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, building Rainbow Nation, making the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. It never ended there. It continues building infrastructure of electricity, water and sanitation, because the apartheid government where your forebearers and some of us people were part of that government, have broken the walls, have broken everything. Everything was broken. This is the government of the African National Congress that is trying to build this country. It has built a nation because it found a country without a nation. It found a country without infrastructure because of the apartheid government, where some of the DAs were part of that government, and your forebearers has destroyed this government. That is what is happening.
Honorable
You destroyed. It is not easy for you to build.
Honorable Majopa, can you take your seat? May I please know, Honorable Member?
Chairperson, thank you. Is the member prepared to take a question?
No. No, leave me to continue. I want to tell you about the story of your forebearers, what they did in this country. They were good in destruction. They never built anything. When our leaders was coming from exile, you destroyed the walls, you destroyed the gates. There was nothing in the country because of you. What we find in the country was racism, was a country with racism, empty. That's what was the priority of your forebearers. As an ANC, we invite all of you, come, join us. Let us build for the future of our young generation to come, because walls and gates of South Africa were destroyed by apartheid government. It was destroyed. Today we are talking about unemployment because you destroyed everything. You only look only for the white people in this country, neglecting the majority of the people of this country. Today, you think that you are going to say that there is something good you can do for our country. There is nothing good lives in DA. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Our nation must not be blinded by the DA of what they are doing. They destroyed everything. I want to tell you, you know the African National Congress is against corruption and fraud. Irrespective who does it. Irrespective who does it.
Chairperson. Chairperson.
Honorable Member, take your seat.
Is it parliamentary for the Honourable Speaker to mislead the House by saying the ANC is against corruption when their own leader has been found guilty of corruption?
Honorable Walters, can you take your seat? Take your seat. Continue.
Sicela ukuthi abantu bakithi eMzansi bangakhohliswa yilabo abazenza ongqeqe incwadi yamaphupho. Ayikho into abayoyenzela this country bazenza ongqeqe incwadi yamaphupho. Kodwa uAfrican National Congress uyaqhuba. I-corruption asamsani nayo. We are fighting it because the apartheid government, we are having a problem today because of the apartheid government. You, DA, you broke the walls. African
Honorable
National
Member,
Congress supports this budget vote. We support this budget
Thank
vote.
you.
Thank you very much. You destroyed everything. You destroyed everything.
Ngicela ukuphakamisa umhlonishwa Minister Nxesi.
Sihlalo angibonge wo wonke amalunga contributed to this debate. And I must say, indeed, Honorable Martin, the process which we have started also lays the ground for our third phase of the turnaround, which is the sustainable development. And no doubt, honorable members, we are eagerly awaiting, I know you are eagerly awaiting my medical metaphor with which by tradition I end these budget votes input. I will not disappoint you. Thanks to the aggressive surgery, which I've outlined, accompanied by positive therapeutic rehabilitation, I believe that the cancer of weak governance and corruption is now in remission. But to prevent any relapse requires continuous monitoring, amongst others, by the members of this House. Honorable Filtane, we certainly have heard the abuse of EPWP, especially in recruitment. There are full stories, even here in the Western Cape, what has been happening in Khayelitsha about the DA in terms of e-recruitment. Serious stories. We can be able to bring those affidavits. We will be able to do it if you want us to do it. Secondly, on the issue of the relocation of Parliament, I was to supply the backup technical information. We can only act on that once the Parliament has been able to debate the matter and took a decision. And it is a parliamentary issue, and that's why the President requested the Parliament to debate this matter. Therefore, there must be a debate here, and a decision is taken there. And I want to say to UDM, we request then to give us the information, and we have been acting in the different areas whenever there's this particular problem. But Honorable Groenewald, like Honorable Madlobe has said, as a former member of Parliament during the apartheid government, you are the last person to criticize EPWP. The huge unemployment and lack of skills was a direct effect, or is a direct effect, of the Apartheid Job Reservation Act. You were party to that, which was aimed at reserving skills development and jobs to the white people in South Africa, including some on this side were the beneficiaries of that the black people do not have that. So the elephant in the room is your apartheid policies, and you are beneficiaries of that against many black people. And Honorable Barnett, the question you did not ask, who owns property in South Africa today?
Yes.
Black property practitioners today do not even have 10% in government. It's white properties, apartheid inherited privileges, represented by DA. The very government you are accusing today, that's what is happening. And my honorable member, Dlamini, the non-recognition of us by EFF, the non-recognition of me by EFF is a cross I will just have to bear. The department implemented all recommendations of the SIU and the interministerial investigation, as well as remedial actions of the public protector. We have even submitted reports to that effect. As a Minister of Public Works, when I came, I took responsibility for Nkandla, like any other project of DPW, but not the blame for irregularities, as they did not happen under my watch. But I've taken responsibility. And I think this is very important. Honorable Barnett, the 1,200 properties we have referred to, they are the ones where the deeds, records are insufficient. And I can tell you, it was a mess just on the eve of the last elections, where properties were stolen by those who were running the government of apartheid.
Honorable Minister.
And the time has come that we tell you what we have done to mess us up.
Honorable Minister, your time is over. Honorable members, we've come to the end of the debate, and I have to say thank you to the minister and all the other ministers who were here, and all the people who have debated. Thank you very much. And we've come to the end of our debate. And the House is adjourned. Sorry? Sorry, are you going to, should I take this or you're going to take them? There's papers here. I'll only take the list.